Well, this is match number 2 in Cricket West Indies CG United Super 50 Cup, a Zone B clash, Trinidad and Tobago versus the Leeward Islands. Hello, wherever you are, welcome to the National Stadium at Providence. Some hazy conditions here, but it is still good for cricket. We had a few showers that delayed the start of play, but my take on it that we are not going to lose any over whatsoever. That's because it was not a late delay. So the news is that the Leeward Islands, they have won the toss and they have decided to take a bat first. Trinidad and Tobago, they have left out from there 14 Anne-Marie Pereira, so too Stephanie Segrim and Rachel Vincent. For the Leeward Islands, they have left out Jennison Richards, Sidella Bello, and Davana Claxton. So we'll give you the Trinidad and Tobago team. They're from Anisa Mohammed, Leanne Kirby, Brittany Cooper, Kanisha Isaacs, Janaba Joseph, Kamara Raghubar, Karishma Ramharak, Kerbina Alexander, Leandra Ramdeen, Rennie's Boyce, and Chanel Lord. For the Leeward Islands, they're from Swanisha Hector, she's a skipper, Amanda Edwards, Therese Parker, Tonya Martin, Arisha Freeman, Saneldo Willett, Russell Liebird, Melissa Clark, Tinetta McKay, Tiffany Turp, and Rosil Dullaby. The umpires for today's game, Ryan Banwari and Imran Mokan. So let me remind you, it's the CG United Super 50 Cup. So the two openers are already out in the middle. And they're taking their usual knee going down to send a message to this world that humanity is so important. We are all equal and race does not matter. Good morning to you, my friend, Miku Wanya. How are you doing today?
I'm just fine. Good morning to you, Inderjit. Good morning to our viewers and listeners. Join us from in Guyana, the region, and also the wider world. I hope that you will stay with us for the entire duration of the match. Great conditions here. We could be in for a beautiful match, a cracker, but let's see what's in store for us.
Yes, and I agree with you. We were all looking forward to see a full 50 overs game here today. Kanisha Isaacs, she will begin the bowling from the southern end of the ground. And here's the first ball in the second match in this series. And starting with the delivery just short of a length and outside the line of the off stump. Your thought on Leeward Islands winning the toss and batting first?
Well, it is interesting with just a bit of overcast conditions. You'd figure that you'd probably want to get out there with the ball and see if there's anything on offer in the pitch. But we know Leewards throughout the T20 tournament, they would have struggled a bit with the bat, so they're probably just looking to want to get those reps in and try to bat out the innings and put up a somewhat challenging score for the ladies from Trinidad and Tobago.
So Rennie's Boyce, she is the opening batter, right-handed, has a very balanced stand. Well, that's a wayward delivery and called wide by the umpire. So the Leeward Islands, they're on their way. They're one without loss.
Yes, that was a really wide one. Just dropping very sharp. May have just done a little bit of damage with her ankle. See her walking back to her mark gingerly there.
And another wide, maybe just driving a little bit too much for pace this morning and straying way outside the line of the off stump. A big win for Barbados yesterday against the Windward Islands.
Yes, it was. We know Barbados, they are a strong side. So they would have started the tournament on the right way, establishing their dominance, let them know that they're here to win, as they would have just missed out on winning the T20 version of the tournament. It was that run rate that put the tournament for the Jamaicans, so they'll be looking to maybe try to get some revenge in this longer 50 over version of this women's regional tournament.
So it's Melissa Clark who is facing up, and she has a good balance out in the middle. And Leeward Islands, having won the toss, they will definitely want to have a good opening stand. Not a bad delivery at all after bowling a few wides.
Yeah, maintaining that line just outside the off stump, bowling to her field. We see the skipper Anisa Mohammed packing that offside field, so the bowler would want to stay on that line, which she is doing. Getting her line right after the struggles with the first few overs. And if we look in her G, there's just a bit of away movement that she's getting, some movement off the track, so which is good to see. We all know that there's two waiting feelers there for Trinidad and Tobago, Anisa Mohammed and Brittany Cooper, two of the better feelers in this tournament. We saw brilliant catches from both of those young ladies, so they're waiting.
And that's a better lined delivery, and you're right about that one, Miko. Going away outside the line of the off stump, the previous delivery, that simply means that your line has to be correct. Because with the away movement, and you pitch it wide outside the line of the off stump, it's going to take it even further.
Just seemed to be standing upright at that one, and looked like it just maybe kept a bit low. She didn't get down to try to get, just leaving the bat out there to dry. She'd want to put a bit more conviction into her stroke play, because this opening partnership will be so important to the Leeward Islands, because their batting is not their strong point, so you'd want their best batters to face the most overs.
Yes, so the first over has gone. The scoreboard said it's 3 without loss. So no alarm whatsoever in the first over. So Kirby and Alexander will pick the bowling up from the northern end of the ground, and she will be bowling to the right-handed. That's Rosalie Dullaby. Rosalie Dullaby. We hope we have gotten her name correct this time. She's a very steady batswoman rather, turned it away into the onside field, and they will go back and complete two. Good looking shot, just manipulating the pace of the bowler there, Dullaby, and getting the 2 runs.
Alexander just strained down the leg side, and Dullaby just working it around down to that vacant fine leg area and picking up the 2. So this is what they'll need to do, just look to rotate the strike and put away the bad balls as they face this strong Trinidad and Tobago team.
Well, that's a very good delivery there, right on target and well pitched up too. And Dullaby could not have done too much with it, just defending. And Miku, the transition from T20 to 50 over cricket, we saw yesterday Barbados adapted beautifully. They batted out their 50 overs and they managed to put 227 on the board for the loss of just 2 wickets.
Well, it's definitely a mindset that we see the best in the business are able to adapt to the changes, and this is the thing that separates the good, the average from the good, and the goods from the great. I mean, if we look at some of the better international players around, such as Kohli, A.B. de Villiers, they have progressed in almost every form of cricket. So it's about getting that mindset and adapting to the different formats of the game.
It's a good time to remind our listeners and viewers that this is CG United Super 50 Cup from the National Stadium at Providence in Guyana, and it's match number 2. It's a Zone B clash between Trinidad and Tobago and the Leewards. Leewards winning the toss and they are batting. That's a flowing cover drive from the right-handed Dullaby, but couldn't pierce the offside field. So she played reasonably well in the T20 tournament, but looking at her in that competition, one feels that she's going to be much more comfortable in the 50 overs, and she has looked the part. 2 overs gone, it's 5 without loss.
Yeah, I think the longer version of the game would actually suit Dollar a bit more, because I thought she struggled in the T20 version. She's not an aggressive batter by nature. She doesn't go after the ball. She's more of a touch stroke player, placing the ball in the gaps, picking up the singles, as we have seen here in her innings so far. So I think this longer version of the game is going to suit her style just a bit better. So we'll be looking out at her to see how she performs.
Well, look at that. That kept very, very low indeed. And yesterday we saw just a few deliveries keeping low, but generally the pitch played well. There was no concern there. But this was a well-pitched up delivery and keeping low. And I think Clark judged it well. That's a good delivery and good defensive shot here played by Melissa Clark. She's very careful, and it's important. It's 50 overs. They shouldn't be in a hurry. You want to bat out the 50 overs, especially when you win the toss and you decide to bat first.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, that would be why your skipper would send you in, because in their estimation, they would have seen something in the pitch or the conditions that would say, hey, it's good for batting, so let's have a bat first. Or maybe they anticipate that as the day goes on, with deterioration, the pitch is going to be, absolutely worse to bat on. So we'd want to see Leewards backing up their skipper's decision, and maybe looking to get maybe around a 150, maybe 180 total on the board, if that's possible.
Well, that's very much possible once they stay out in the middle. That was a good delivery from Kanisha Isaac. And why they aren't getting the single through the offside field, that's packed. There's a slip. Fine third man. We also have a gully. There's backward point, an extra cover, a cover, and a mid-off. And she's bowling well to her field. And that's good fielding down at extra cover. The drive was good. Maybe the timing was off a little. The placement wasn't there. The intention was to bisect the backward point and the extra cover. And Melissa Clark didn't do that.
Squaring her up there. Looking to maybe work that onto the leg side, but the ball maybe just straightening a bit, taking that outside edge down to the third man area. At the end of the over, it's 6 without loss.
Yeah, so the end of 3 overs. It's 6 without loss with Melissa Clark on 1 and Dalabai, she is on 2. This is CG United Super 50 Cup from the National Stadium at Providence. Well, she starts her second over with a wide, and that's outside the line of the off stump. Just straying there in a line. That's something that she will need to correct very quickly indeed. Kerbina Alexander, her first over cost her just 2 runs, very economical. On the other hand, Isaac 2 overs for 4 runs.
She's bowling a very full length up to the Leeward batters. The Leeward batters not in that aggressive nature to maybe try to go over the top, take advantage of the power play. We have both mid-on and mid-off fielders up, so with that full length, you could take a chance and maybe try to go over their heads. But the Leewards being very cautious here.
Yes, just trying to get their eyesight in, but it's important. You don't want to block and block and block, and the overs continue to tick away. You look for scoring opportunities. You play with soft hands, look to find the gaps. They are very, very vital. And we're watching Clark here, contented in playing inside the crease. She's neither stretching forward nor actually getting on the back foot, playing deep inside the crease.
Yes, as we would say, being caught on the crease with the ball coming back a bit from the bowler, but there's no real conviction of anything from the batter, so she's just standing there and just defending. So it seems like Leewards have adopted a strategy of just trying to play out this opening bowlers and maybe pick up the odd single when it's on offer.
Well, sometimes you need to make singles. You just don't wait when it's on offer. Like I said, you look to pick the gaps, play with soft hands, communicate with your partner. And despite starting with a wide here, the young lady from the top end has done a pretty good job. Alexander, just on the line of the off stump, no width, no room whatsoever, in brilliant sunshine here at the stadium. And that's a fine over that has come to an end. It's 6 without loss, 4 overs gone. Melissa Clark is on 1. Dalabai, she has gotten 2. This is CG United Super 50 Cup from the National Stadium.
Kanisha Isaacs to continue, bowling to Dalabai.
And because she's bowling a very tight line here, no width whatsoever, and this defensive mindset of Dalabai, you know, just getting on the front foot and defending. Her first thing is to preserve the wicket. That's understandable. Having said that, however, they just don't want to be bogged down. Yes, we're in the 5th over. There's still 45 to go. But just rotation of the strike is so important.
Yeah, we all know cricket is a game of momentum and momentum shifts. So, you know, you won't want to have your opponent have that edge over you all the time. You want to try to get back on top, have the momentum swing in your way. But at the moment, for the first 4 overs, Trinidad, they're on top. The momentum is fully with them at this time as they are strangling the Leeward Islands batters.
Yes, I do agree with you.
Beautiful away movement there from the bowler, Kanisha Isaacs, just leaving the batter. She's getting that movement off the pitch, so which is good to see. Looking for that first strike, but Dalabai seems very compact in her defense. Also leaving the ball well. So I said this longer version is going to suit Dalabai's batting style a bit more.
Yes, we saw her in the T20 Blaze, and this the batting style she had then, and she has come here. We thought then that this is more suited to her, and she has shown good judgment, and she's doing the right thing. She's planting the left leg on the line of the off stump and watching the ball, so that's important, not losing sight of it. So another over has been completed. 5 overs gone. It's 6 without loss, with Melissa Clark on 1 and Dalabai, she is on 2.
Alexander to continue. And as we look at our scoreboard here at Providence, our manual scoreboard.
So it's a very, very hot morning here at the National Stadium at Providence in Guyana. Just a little bit of wind coming in from the north. But it's real hot condition here. And Melissa Clark looks sound in defense. And I guess this might very well be the game plan. Let us first preserve our wickets and then runs can come. But you just don't want to be bogged down. Because if you lose a wicket and then you lose some in a cluster, you know, you're back at square one where you actually started, or even in a worse position as well. One expects, you know, as opening batters out in the middle there, that while you preserve your wicket, the second thought is to get runs. So we haven't seen that urgency in looking for the singles whatsoever. Melissa Clark, 20 deliveries so far for her 1, and Dullabile, 12 deliveries for her 2.
Yes, you're right, Indarjeet. They're very much content to be playing within themselves, just on the back foot, on the defensive, playing the ball. She's really not getting forward or really getting back. She's, as you mentioned earlier, just playing from the crease.
And now we are seeing a drive, getting onto the front foot there, Clark, and stroking up down towards extra cover. Because it's not going to get easier from here on. Trinidad and Tobago, they have a barrage of excellent off-spinners. And we know the pitch here. Once the off-spinners come in, they're going to slow the pace. They're going to get some turn from this pitch. Driving, the edge found and taken there by Anisa Mohammed. Is it Anisa Mohammed at first slip? So Melissa Clark, long stay has come to an end. Drove at one outside the line of the off stump. The edge found, the catch taken, and Leeward Islands in over number 6. They are 6 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, just as you were just saying, Indarjeet, you know, you're playing on the defensive and then you lose a wicket and then maybe a mini collapse. So you've got to try and score runs all the time. As we saw Melissa Clark there, just driving at that one outside the off stump and well taken by the skipper. I think she's been one of the better slip fielders in this tournament. She doesn't drop too many. For all the games that I've seen with her, she has pulled off her catches. So that's excellent fielding by the skipper, setting the example for her charges in the field.
Yes, certainly. That was a good wicket to get because she would have been there sometime. She was expecting, you know, to stay there longer. But that's a problem you have when you block and you see one outside the line of the off stump and you do not do the basics, like her left leg was planting, facing down towards mid-on, and she was looking for the expansive drive through the covers. Just got enough edge for the catch to be taken at slip by Anisa Mohammed. So the new batter out in the middle is Thurp, and she too is right-handed. So there's a slip, a gully, and a backward point. Outside the line of the off stump, the over comes to an end. 6 overs gone. Leeward Islands batting against Trinidad and Tobago. They are 6 for the loss of 1. Thurp is yet to score. So there's a little battle going on up in the clouds there for the sun and maybe some showers, but we're not going to have those showers immediately. There's still some dark cloud. The sun is winning the battle at the moment. Trinidad and Tobago, so far, so good for them. Been asked to field, and they have done that pretty well so far. Kanisha Isaac, so far 3 overs for just 4 runs. And she begins another over and will be bowling to Dullabile. Barbados yesterday took first blood in this tournament. when they defeated the Windward Islands by a whooping 139 runs. Haley Matthews a fine 99 and 72 as well by Kaisia Knight that really set up the momentum for Barbados. So Mikuwania has left and I've been joined by our colleague Sean Devers. Good morning to you, Sean.
Yes, good morning to you wherever you are, whatever you're doing. Good morning here at Providence.
That's another good delivery, right on target. And once again, no trouble whatsoever for Dullabile. Defending well, and she's been doing that since the start of ball number 1. Very economical bowling we are seeing here from Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, very on-target bowling too. Hazy sunshine, good conditions for seam bowling.
And yet again, she was looking for that gap on the onside. Maybe if she had delayed the shot a little bit more, would have got it to the right of the fielder down at mid-wicket. She did not, and once again there's another dot delivery.
Yeah, and that was a full toss. She didn't capitalize on it, but this is a 50 over encounter,
yes,
and Dullabile is more suited to this format. Looking for impossible single there.
Well, this is what pressure can do to you. You just want to get off strike, but you can't, and you're looking for every opportunity. Today is going to be a very hectic day in West Indies. We have the test match continues in Antigua. That's Bangladesh against the West Indies. West Indies getting the better of the exchanges.
Yes, yesterday Bangladesh being bowled out for 103 with Shakib making 51, the only light in the dark tunnel there. And Jaden Searles and Alzari Joseph are exactly the same figures, 3 for 33. And as we begin today, the rain comes down now, 95 for 2, Braffett on 48. He's a run machine.
Yes, certainly a run machine. And he is in excellent form, taking his form against England into the last 3 rounds of the West Indies 4-day championship in Trinidad and Tobago, and now in Antigua in Test cricket. That's good to see. And another failure for John Campbell.
Yes, and as we speak with you, the rain coming down again, but not in large amounts. The covers are coming onto the field, the players are coming back into the pavilion, but this should be a short stoppage.
Well, we're hoping it's going to be short because they aren't crazy black clouds at the top. They're kind of dark, but this will not torrent down like we're accustomed to on another rainy day. It's coming from the east, and it's looking cleared up there too, but it's a cat and mouse situation with the covers now being pulled on. So as the covers come on and the players scamper off the square, good time to remind you that Leeward Islands won the toss and they're batting. They're 7 for the loss of 1. Terp is yet to score and Dullabile is on 2. We'll take a little break and we'll be right back.
Yes, well, welcome back to sunlit now, Providence, about 10 minutes from the capital, Georgetown. We've had a short break due to a slight drizzle, but the sun is back in all its glory. 7 for 1 when we went off, and now it's still 7 for 1, but the umpires are back on the field, and so are the players. Good morning to everybody, especially Miss Emily Dotson, the former president of the Ghana Women's Cricket Board. Good morning to you, Miss Dotson.
Hello to you, Sean. So Alexander will continue from the northern end of the ground, and she will continue the battle with Tiffany Thurp, with Leeward Islands losing their 1 wicket, their 7 for the loss of 1, and really pegged back here by Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, a good opening spell by the two fast bowlers in tandem. Yesterday we saw a magnificent 99 made by Hayley Matthews. I was hoping she'd gone on to get the 100, but she was dismissed for 99. Barbados beating the Winwards by a massive 124 runs, 177 run first wicket partnership between Matthews and Casey Nice, who made 72. And then the bowling out of the Winwards, it was really the architects of destruction were Bruce 4 for 48 and Cornel 3 for 9. Emphatic win to start the tournament by the defending champions.
Certainly was a top-class performance by Barbados. Having said that, though, I think their target there may be around 250, 260. That wasn't met, and that was because the Leeward Islands slow bowlers were very, very effective. Slowed them down a little, and once Hayley Matthews departed and Kaisia Knight, and you got into the middle, no runs were very difficult to come by.
Yeah, Kasona Knight, their twin sister of Kaisia, also batted well, 27 not out, I think. That's outside the line of the leg stump, going down the leg side. No troubles there for umpire Mokum and umpire Banwari. Ryan Banwari, the two Guyanese umpires officiating this match. The female, the lone female, the Jamaican, Jacqueline, she's the standby. And it's good to see the CWI sending in foreign umpires also from the different regional countries. This is, of course, a regional tournament. And the 2020 was somewhat affected by rain. Had to play all the matches at the Providence venue. That was initially not so. That tournament was to start after this one, but good decision by the Ghana Cricket Board in collaboration with the Cricket West Indies to rearrange the tournament and put the 2020 first, because you could have played 3 matches. This was the only venue, and still the grounds this time of the year still not available for cricket, so the matches have been switched here 10 consecutive days.
And for the first time, we've seen the gap being pierced here by one of the batters from the Leeward Islands, and they will go back and complete 2. Good looking shot there from Tiffany Thurp, and this is what they need to do. Ensure that you pick the gaps. The over has been completed. That's 8 overs gone. At the end of 8, it's 9 for the loss of 1. Yes, Sean, and you're right about that. The only difference in the T20 at the beginning, the schedule had them playing the T20 at the last, but all of the matches would have been played here too at the National Stadium. While the rains came, it was only one of the games that was actually
the Ghana Trinidad match.
Right. Other than that, all the other games were played, and that's good with the Jamaica winning that title, defeating Barbados. They were the defending champions.
And they were not only the defending champions, they were the defending champions for 2 consecutive years, because 2018 and 2019 they won both titles. They've lost the T20 now, and they are now going to try to see if they can retain the 50 over title. But Trinidad is the most successful team in 50 over cricket from 1976 to 2017. They've won 13 titles.
So Leanne Kirby will pick the bowling up, replacing Kanisha Isaac. 4 overs for 4 runs. Very economical by Kanisha Isaac. And Kirby now, she'll be bowling to the right-handed Rosalie Dollabile. She has been there since the start.
Good stop. Gully fielder diving to her left. And Trinidad has been on their toes. Not only has their bowling been economical, they've been backed up in the field.
Yes, they're very busy in the field. Well, they've had it all their way this morning. Good fielding, good bowling as well. And Sean, today we'll be having the Professional Cricket League draft in the West Indies. That's in preparation for the CG United Super 50 Cup male cricket. That is going to be done by Zoom. 13 players have already been selected by the 6 franchises. So that should be interesting with more players being added to the squad.
Yes, and they've only got 3 teams. The Ghana Amazon Warriors.
No, this is the Professional Cricket League. The Amazon Warriors, that's CPL. We're talking about the Professional Cricket League in preparation for the CG United Super 50 Cup.
Yeah,
that draft will be held today. 2 rounds of action via Zoom, and all the 6 franchises, they've been given the opportunity to pick 13, and then you'll have the buying of players.
That's for the next regional Super 50.
That's right, the next regional Super 50. And that's going to come up. Dates have not yet been announced, but I guess it's not going to be too far away.
Yeah, maybe in November.
Yes. And what Cricket West Indies is trying to do is to ensure that the franchise know their players, so preparation can start very early, and that's good to know.
Well, I was talking about the CPL draft, which is the inaugural one, great tournament for the girls. They've got 3 teams, Barbados Royals, Tobago Knight Riders, and of course the Guyanese franchise, the Ghana Amazon Warriors. And congratulations to the 6 Guyanese, 4 of them in the Ghana Warriors, and of course Mandy Mangru with the Barbados Royals, and Shanita Grimman with the TKR. So those 6, Campbell, Schultz, Fraser, Gachanabi, Mandy Mangru, and Grimman. Congratulations to you. Of course, congratulations to the only person from the Leewards who've been included, the Hector, the skipper.
Yes, so 9 overs gone. At the end of 9, Leewards winning the toss and batting. They have gone into double figures. They are 10 for the loss of 1. And the scoreboard will tell you the pressure that they have faced so far from Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, but still lots of overs, lots of balls left. It's not like a 20-20 game when you gotta go and hit the boundaries on ball 1. You can get settled in, and especially the ladies, you can make a decent total. 250 would be a decent total in a 50 over game, maybe 200.
Yes, while it's a 50 over game and you should not be in any hurry. 9 overs gone. The score is saying it's 10 for the loss of 1. You do not want yourself to be bogged down.
Yes, you've got to try and pick up singles.
Of course, because when you do all of this and then you lose wickets in a cluster, you know, you're on the back foot.
A low total.
Yes. And Alexander, who opened the bowling this morning from that very end, the northern end of the ground, she continues to bowl very effective as far as the run scoring is concerned. She has pegged back the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, she's doing a very fine job. And even when they get bat and ball, they can't find the gaps. They hit it straight to the fielder. You're watching CG United Super 50 Cup from the Providence Stadium.
And Sean, once you get full tosses, you must make use of it. If not maximum use at this level, you're expecting them to get a few runs. Oh, and bowled down the middle stump, plucked out of the ground, and Alexander has gotten her girl. She has to walk back to the pavilion there. Not a good sight. Tiffany Turp, clean bowled. That's the 2nd wicket going down for Leeward Islands. They are 10 for the loss of 2 in over number 10.
Yes, well, 10 for 2, that was always on the cards. She struggled to find the gaps, she struggled to hit the ball off the square, and then she looked for an almighty swing and missed, losing her shape, and the ball got through her defenses and crashed into the stumps. So she's gone. 2 wickets going down now, only 10 runs on the board. As I said, it's a long game, long in the context of 2020, but you've still got to pick up the singles.
Yes, very much so. And what happened to Hector there? She played 2 deliveries straight to the field at short mid-wicket. And then this one was pitched up
You're
for
talking
the...
about Turk.
But Thorpe, right. And then this one was pitched up further, and she looked to play across the line there, missed everything, and the ball cannoned into the stumps. So it is left now on the skipper, Shanisha Hector, to ensure that she shepherd the flock out in the middle. She has what it takes.
And she should be very proud, being the only Leewards Islands woman to be drafted in the CPL draft, which is going to run concurrently with the normal CPL, but that would be played exclusively in St. Kitts.
Yes, certainly so. So congratulations to her. We are all happy for all the ladies. It's a good
Nice
looking
shot, yeah.
straight drive.
Confident looking shot.
Yes, everything
Yeah.
behind the line of that one. Wasn't a full-blooded drive, but got the heat of the bat. Good start to her. String of fielders on the offside. A mid-off, extra cover, backward point. There's a gully, a fine third man, and there's also a slip.
Nice shot again, deliberately being positive, and that's going to run a long way towards the boundary, and in the end will pull back just inside, inches inside the boundary, and the batters cross for 2. So a rare sign of positivity this morning from the Leeward Islands.
Yes, so Leeward Islands, they're 12 for the loss of 2. This is CG United Super 50 Cup from the National Stadium, and Sean, you'll be joined by Pastor Matthew Kisoon.
I hope he says a little prayer for me. Pastor Matthew Kisoon, he's saying prayers for everyone in the world, healing the world with God's grace. Good morning to you, Pastor Kisoon.
Morning, Brother Sean Devers. You're a brother as well.
Yeah,
You're a man of God.
yeah,
And you're enjoying your relationship
yes.
with the Creator, aren't you?
Of course, yes.
Beautiful, beautiful, sir.
Every morning I get up, I thank God for life.
So, really lovely to watch here. Lovely cricket from the ladies in the Caribbean, Trinidad taking on the Leewards here. And they've struck 2 blows already.
And the sun has come out back in all its brilliance. Wonderful day. When you look above, you see the nice white shimmering clouds floating lazily over the Providence Sward. You see patches of blue, and the flags being stretched out. That means a good breeze is blowing.
And I believe the day will remain just as good as it is right now. Hello to everyone right across the Caribbean region and the world at large. You're watching the girls of the Caribbean seeking to impress and perform. How much cricket do the Trinidad girls play back home?
A lot of cricket. They play the most women's cricket in the entire West Indian region. They've got a franchise system there also. Girls from Barbados, Jamaica, Guyana also go. Casey Thompson is leaving to go there shortly, she says. That's a brilliant catch. What a wonderful catch. It was low, and Cooper snapped that inches off the ground. Both hands there to her left, and a wonderful catch. That was a stupendous catch by Cooper, and sends the calm and level-headed Lullaby on her way. 3 wickets down now for 12 runs.
Yeah, she was supposed to stay at the top of the order and really anchor the innings nicely. It's longer version, limited overs cricket now, 50 overs. It's not T20, but she pushed at it, and a brilliant catch, low, as she stuck both hands down to the ground, and she picked it up beautifully in those long telescopic hands of hers. Brittany Cooper a lot of experience under her belt. And you just talked about Trinidad and a lot of cricket they play back home. What happened there? That scenario that just occurred with that wicket going down shows how much practice they get back home, their fielding ability, and so that came out beautifully there with that catch taken by Cooper.
Yes, and it's always nice to have a franchise system. Well, not a really proper franchise system, a semi-professional league, more looking at it, in Trinidad for the ladies. And that's where all the girls, well, most of the girls from the different countries, like the Windies and Leewards, they play the least cricket. Of course, the Leewards, they don't play any competitive hardball cricket at all. They play tape ball. And it's nice to see Hector being bought by one of the teams for the CPL in St. Kitts, the women's version of it. And she has to do a lot of work today to justify not only her pick, but to justify Leeward Islands' place in this tournament. They've played from 2016 in both tournaments, and they've never won. And the worst part of it, they've brought last on every single occasion. At least they want to go up the ladder.
Not a nice track record at all, but Hector, the Antiguan, I think all Antigans will be very proud of her
yes,
too.
Yes, very much.
For sure. And if I'm correct, she represented the West Indies in one game?
Yes, she's the only West Indian player, female from Antigua, that presently playing. Of course, there were two. One was actually an American, and she played for the Leeward Islands. So she's one of them who played international cricket, but her international career was for the US of A.
She's a powerful hit of the ball. Look at that. Swat batting that down to mid-on where Alexander is. The over comes to an end, a successful one for Leon Kirby, removing Dollar caught Cooper, brilliant catch off the bowling of Kirby for 2, 12 for 3, 11 overs gone. It's 13 now for 3.
Yes, 13 for 3, a position of strength for the girls in red. And of course, bright sunshine continues to prevail. Lovely day here at Providence. There is no people in the stand though, and that's maybe the downside of it. Today a working day, but even if it was not a working day, I don't think there would have been a lot of people. But when September 30th comes, the CPL final, which we've got for 3 years in a row, we'll see a capacity crowd. Of course, I was wrong. There are 2 policemen in the orange stand.
So Willett is the new batter. Soneldo Willett, the 28-year-old. And Sean, these are the 2 most experienced Leeward Islands players out there. You would want to think in terms of the batting department. And they need a partnership. If wickets keep falling, because wickets have fallen at 7, 10 and 12, if they continue to fall, the game could be over very early today.
And she's in fact the daughter of the first player from the Leeward Islands to play Test cricket, the left-arm spinner from Nevis, Ellie Comido Willett, and also the sister of Tanito Willett. So she's got cricket running in her veins.
Yes, that Willett name is big cricket name. Big cricket name. And El Comido has done well. That's caught behind on second attempt by the wicketkeeper. So we're talking about Soneldo Willett, and she pushed the dot, a ball that just made a little height onto her, and she pushed the bat at it, got the edge, and the catch taken on second attempt by the wicketkeeper Renice Boy. So another wicket going down for the Leewards. They're now 13 for 4, and they're in all sorts of problems and contortions here at the National Stadium at Providence.
Well, I know your friend and colleague Nico was expecting to see 50 overs being bowled. He picked the wrong teams. If he had had Jamaica against Guyana or Jamaica against Barbados or any of the other teams, he might have seen 50 overs bowled. The Leewards won the toss, and elected to bat. And they are now 13 for 4 in dire straits.
Yes, it's not what you really want to see in Leewards cricket, knowing that they are the weaker side. They're not the team that can play maybe as often as you talk about Trinidad playing as a country, as an island, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, Jamaica, Barbados. They have the advantage because they're from one country, one island, but the Leewards made up of players from the Leeward Islands. It's not easy to get them together to play. But then, Sean, what happens to the individual islands that make up the Leewards? What do the ladies do there in terms of their cricket?
They don't play much cricket at all. They only play tape ball cricket. I think the manager of that team, who's a accomplished scorer, Katian from Antigua, she was saying that to her mind, the ladies are afraid of the hard ball. And Leewards was telling me that also. The ladies are somewhat afraid of the hard ball. That's why they play tape ball cricket.
Yes. A lot of tape ball cricket, a lot of softball cricket. The new batters are Sheena Freeman, the left-hander, faces up and plays a nice little defensive push down to extra cover. And there is no run. But 13 for 4 is certainly not what the doctor would have ordered for the Leewards. This is a moment in 50-over cricket for ladies cricket in the West Indies where you need to just put your head down and bat. You're not going to score a lot of runs right away, but just bat. Simply bat and improve in terms of your technique.
So
look at the scoreboard. 1, 2, 2 and 1. The batters who've been dismissed. Clark for 1, Thorpe 2, Dollarby 2, and Willett 1.
yeah, so 13 for 4, another over comes to an end.
And out of that 13 runs, there are 5 extras on the board. So really, the batting has let the Leewards down again. Yes, they've got some good talented players, good bowlers. They can field reasonably well. And a lot depends on the captain.
So Kirby starts another over in bright sunshine. A little blackbird, well, 2 blackbirds flutter over the Providence sward just above the lights. Providence equipped lights built for the 2007 World Cup from a sugarcane plantation, and also the new development, the housing scheme to the east of the ground also was a sugarcane plantation.
And you see tremendous transformation on the east bank of Demerara.
Yeah.
When you leave Georgetown and you head south, it's beautiful. Tremendous transformation. Lots of huge houses. There are businesses all over. The National Stadium at Providence adds beauty to the east bank of Demerara. And you talked about CPL in the finals.
Kobe deliberately goes over the top, and that's going to go for 4. I think maybe the first boundary of the morning. And Hector hitting Kirby into the offside, up and over, deliberate shot, 4 runs.
That's what she's known for. Big hitter, very powerful young lady. Hits the ball very hard, and she bowls good medium pace as well. Very good all-round cricketer, and she really just has to continue working on her game nicely and continue to set that good example for the other players in the Leeward side.
When you talk of big hitting, this morning, England 498 against the Netherlands. That was big hitting. And that's what West Indies need to do when they play teams like the Netherlands. Destroy them. That's a good comeback delivery there, though, from Kirby. Right on target, on the stumps. And luckily for Hector, she had her bat in the way.
And you're talking about teams that are scoring a lot of runs. You've seen good improvements. To look at South Africa, they've been improving with their cricket as well, men's cricket.
Nice hard shot, but straight to the fielder. And of course, a good morning to those in Antigua and Barbuda, in Kitts and Nevis, Montserrat, Tortola, St. Martin. That's the end of the over, as the total is now 17 for 4.
All right, 13 overs gone, 5 extras as we said, so nothing much from the bat yet. Just 12 runs from the bat of 4 batters who've been dismissed, and of course the captain batting there now needs to steady the tide. She will go for her big shots, yes. And when you look at the fact, Sean, no spinner has come on as yet for Trinidad. It says how much good work has been put in by the fast bowlers.
And Trinidad has a very good spin attack. And this time umpire Mukan's finger stays down, his hand stays down, and the batter can breathe a sigh of relief.
Corbini Alexander bowling very well from the far end, media centre end in her 7th over. And she's picked up 3 wickets to fall, and the scoreboard says 6 overs, 3 for 7 before this one. Very, very exceptional bowling from her indeed. Look at that delivery.
Yeah.
Just outside the off stump.
And the keeper is standing right up, putting pressure on Kirby, the batter. If she wants to come out of her crease, usually when the medium pace is bowling, you come out of your crease to negate the swing and to get closer to the ball. But she's kept in her crease by the wicket keeper, who's standing up and doing a good job too.
And just the third man outside the 30-yard circle on the boundaries. It shows the pressure applied by the Trinidad and Tobago captain Anisa Mohammed here. Just one outside that 30-yard circle.
Good morning to those in Anguilla and also the British Virgin Islands and the US Virgin Islands. They all make up the Leeward Islands. Outside the line of the off stump again, and there is no run.
What about Anguilla?
I spoke about
Yes.
Anguilla.
Nice small island. I've got a friend there that follows cricket a lot. Nicole, hello to you, Nicole Allen.
Umari Banks was the first person from Anguilla to play cricket. He's now a musician. Yeah.
Yeah, so when you talk musician, you take me to Courtly Ambrose right away.
And Richie Richardson. Of course, I want to say good morning to umpire Basil Morgan from the volcano-hit island of Montserrat, where West Indies and Ghana fast bowler Ransford Beaton was actually born. I heard Neil Barry spent 2 years there when he played for Montserrat in the Leeward Islands tournament. I never knew that.
Wow. And you know Sean Basil Morgan doesn't miss a thing. Everything he follows with cricket.
Yes. Wide delivery takes the total now to 18 for 4 in the 13th over. Well, in the 14th over.
But I have a question for you, Sean. I mean, you're a man that can answer very difficult questions.
It's not too difficult.
When will the West Indies ladies be able to play Test cricket?
Well, the last time they played was in 2004, and we had 2 Guyanese in the Mati Gordial as the over comes to an end, and Candace Atkinson played the last 2 Test matches when West Indies played the last 2 Test matches in 2004. 18 for 4, 14 overs gone.
But when would they be able to play again? That's the big question. I mean, a lot of cricket hasn't been played by the Caribbean ladies enough. But I mean, and you've got to develop and get to a certain standard to be able to probably play back Test cricket proper. What's the problem?
Well, I quite agree with you, because they've only played 12 Test matches between 1976, I think, and 2004, while the other countries, the bigger countries like England, South Africa, India, Australia and England are playing right now.
And they play a lot of cricket, of course, both teams.
And Test cricket, and one-day cricket, and 2020 cricket. West Indies only play one-day cricket, I'm talking about the females, and 2020 cricket. And Test cricket, maybe 4-day Test cricket, not 5 days for the ladies, but still it's a longer time to bat, develop your skills, work on your defensive skills, and so many things you can gain from playing Test cricket as a young lady. This one is hit out towards the long on position, and the single takes the score to 19 for 4.
But the discussion centers around the structure of West Indies women's cricket. Could there be territorial, well, vision has to be implemented and put into practice for these young ladies to play cricket, let's say even two-day cricket, just as how you have first division cricket here in Guyana and so on. Can the ladies really develop in this area and maybe play cricket that can have their mindsets set on eventually playing test cricket?
Well, the problem with that is that the pool is so very small, especially in countries like the Windies, the Leewards, even Guyana. Oh, that's edged away, or she didn't get any bat onto it. It went down towards the fine leg position, and let's wait and see. The umpire will signal. Yes, a bye. So everybody beaten. The batsman, the batter, the wicket keeper, and everybody beaten. The ball goes for 2.
Full length delivery, missed by the batter and missed by the keeper and his boys.
Yeah, so even Guyana, where the only place that has a cricket, proper cricket system for females is in Berbice. Nothing in Essequibo, very little in Demerara. I see the Georgetown Cricket Association trying their best to get young female cricketers involved.
So what we're saying then, Sean, is that it will take a while
Yes,
for ladies cricket to truly evolve into what it should be, especially in the Caribbean region.
Yes, and we do well in 2020s and we do well in one-day internationals. But when you come up against a team like England, India, Australia, in a test match, you're going to be crushed.
You will be.
Because there are only a couple of quality players that stand out. Stephanie Taylor, Haley Matthews, Dottin, and those are the top players. Anywhere in the world they can make a team, but the West Indies need more players to be involved from the regional levels, from the club levels, and that's what's lacking. Schools cricket, female school cricket, we got to get that back.
Freeman was just beaten outside the off stump looking for a big shot. Missed it, taken by the keeper. Good delivery by Kirby. In brilliant sunshine now at Providence. Glorious conditions for cricket. And these girls are out there taking the Guyana sun. The heat is certainly on, and the heat is on the Leewards. But certainly it will take a little while. I'm looking, I'm thinking, what's the thinking process in the Caribbean region for ladies cricket?
As the over is completed, it's 27 for 4, yes, Matthew?
What's the thinking process? I mean, T20 cricket, ODIs, beautiful. No doubt our ladies have come on. You look at the stats of these girls like Dottin and Stephanie Taylor, it speaks for itself. What about more cricketers? Where will we get these quality ladies from in terms of the Caribbean region, and what structures need to be put in place to develop these girls very quickly?
In Guyana they had a couple of years ago, well not a couple, a few years ago, a schools tournament for ladies, a nationwide schools tournament where we saw a lot of ladies coming through. It was a schools tournament, so those were under 19 girls, and most of them now have gone to do different things. They get bigger, they marry, they get work, some of them stay home. So that's the problem with women's cricket. In Guyana, I know June Ogle was a quality opening batsman, but she's now a mother of 2 children, I think, and she's stopped the game.
So they have their own challenges that face them in spite of wanting to play cricket.
Yes, some I don't even think want to continue playing cricket. They play it as a hobby, and then they get to a job. And that's another thing. Most of the female cricketers, I'm talking about Guyana, they don't see cricket as a career to earn money from that. So they've got to get another job. Same with the young guys, but they're more focused. They have a better opportunity of making cricket a career.
And that in itself is a challenge for ladies cricket in the region, because money follow ideas, and you have to have big ideas for ladies cricket. But I'm going to share a thought that is developing in my mindset about ladies cricket and the support. The fact that women's cricket is growing worldwide, but it's not quite growing the way it should in the Caribbean region. I believe, Sean, that if a lot of women entrepreneurs, we've got a lot of leading women entrepreneurs in the Caribbean, if they can come on board and sponsor and support ladies cricket, the ladies will certainly be able to earn some money and play cricket, meaningful cricket, and develop their skills.
But you have to have the product before you can sponsor the tournaments. You've got to got the players. And I don't think we've got enough players to have a big tournament. Of course, it can be a small tournament with 3 teams, and you get the sponsorship. And then what happens after that? We don't have a system to develop female cricketers in Guyana.
It gets back to individual territories working hard with their cricket for ladies, sponsorship internally from companies, and especially women who are leaders in business can really give good support to ladies cricket. But I believe somewhere along the line, after 16 overs, 22 for the loss of 4, the Leewards batting here at Providence, I believe that it can happen. It will take some time to evolve, but it can happen, and it's giving some thought to it, because indeed ladies cricket need to develop, especially in the Caribbean region. So 16 overs, bowled 22 for 4. Leanne Kirby will continue. She's about to start her 5th over. 4 overs, 1 for 9. Alexander 8 overs, 3 for 9. And Isaac 4 overs for 4, the scoreboard says. A big scoreboard to our right. And a big gentleman has joined me to my left. A gentleman by the name of Mikuwanya Israel. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning to you, Matthew Kisun, better known as Pastor. Glad to be with you here. I have a big heart, you know.
You have a big heart for ladies cricket too?
For everything. It's all about love. It's all about spreading that love. I love the game. I love the cricket. I love the ladies' version of cricket. Oh! That would have been a stunner, Matthew, if she had taken that one.
But because Hector's a big hitter of the ball, she pushed that back hard to Kirby's left. And she couldn't really, she didn't even make much of an attempt. I think you would call it a mech attempt to her left. But couldn't get that. That traveled too quickly down to mid-off.
Yeah, it was a valiant try. This is a try, showing her athleticism there. You know, Matthew, you were talking about love for the game, and I was excited to see the Guyana Amazon Warriors female team being presented to us. I think it's a great team. I'm backing them 100%.
Full toss outside the leg stump. Pulled the wrong backward of square for 4. Another boundary to the Leewards captain, the strongly built Antiguan, who needs to bring out all her experience here now at Providence to give the Leewards a fighting chance, knowing that they've lost 4 quick wickets. The 4th going down at 13 has gone up now to 26 for 4. That was a rare bad delivery from Kirby, because all the fast bowlers have contributed well to the Trinidad and Tobago score so far. But down the leg side, full length delivery, put away nicely by the captain.
Yeah, when you're under the gun like this, that's what you got to do. You know, you get a rare bad ball, then you got to put it away. Because obviously we're seeing the Leeward Islands quite content to play on the defensive, not really looking to manufacture anything or take any shots. So you get a bad ball, full toss, you got to put it away.
Not a nice shot down to mid-on wide for 1. Tidied up by Alexander, but Hector's a good strike of the ball, times the ball well, and certainly she has to give her team impetus here with the score at 27 for 4 now. Take it in strides. Let's try to double that, get to 54. With the 2 of us batting out there still, Hector as well as Freeman. Freeman comes in to strike the left-hander.
Yeah, well, they're going to need partnerships here because so far we haven't seen any partnership at all from the Leewards. This partnership currently worked just for about 14 runs, so that's what the Leewards will have to do. You can see the Trinidad ladies just maintaining their line, maintaining the field.
17 overs gone, 27 for 4, the Leeward Islands. You know, we were having a discussion, Sean and I, about ladies cricket and vision and so on in the Caribbean region. I know you're a man because you love the game so much as well. You must have your own thoughts about women's cricket in the Caribbean and how it can improve, maybe what you would love to see happening, and so on. So I'll allow you to take your time and develop that topic.
Well, as I was about to say a few deliveries ago, I was excited to see the Guyana Amazon Warriors female team being presented to us. It's going to be led by Stephanie Taylor. A tickish outside edge, runs down to the boundary for 4. Cooper giving chase there, but just can't pull that one back. So another boundary coming for the Leeward Islands ladies.
Tick outside edge all along the ground, down through the third man area.
Yes.
Yeah, you're talking about the Amazon Warriors, the ladies.
Yeah, so I think they have
You like the makeup of the side?
I do. I think they have a wonderful side, and they have a great chance to win that tournament, the female version of the tournament.
All right.
When the CPR comes here, I'm so excited for that. I'm actually on the hunt. Pulled away.
Beautiful stroke. Lovely timing from Hector. Pulled away through mid-wicket for a boundary. That was played with authority. And she's beginning to look real good. I think it's her 4th boundary if I'm correct. And as she moves into the 20s now, she's gone up to 22. It's 35 for the loss of 4. That was a beautiful stroke. And even the fielder at mid-on wide on the boundary had no chance at all. It was hit with so much power that it beat her to her right.
Yeah, just pulled away with a bit of disdain. The Trinidad fast bowlers just maybe losing the plot a bit. It's nice to see some amount of fight back from the Leewards Island at this time. Again, we see it being pulled away through that mid-wicket area. This time picking up only the single. Yeah, Matthew, as I was saying, you know, I'm actually looking for a Stephanie Taylor jersey. You know, I don't know how the merchandising works, but I proudly wear that. Stephanie Taylor, one of my favorite players generally, but in this tournament. And, you know, I was excited to see even Gajnabi in the team. We all know what a electric batter she is. So it's wonderful to see.
Outside the off stump. Taken by the keeper. So Anisa Mohammed, the captain, is at slip. Brittany Cooper is in what you would call a third slip position. I make it, or what more in the gully. She's in the gully. Backward point cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and there's also a third man. That's a good looking forward drive from Freeman down to mid off for no run. 36 for 4 in the 18th over. Corby 5 overs, 1 for 14. Alexander I believe is in our 9th over. That's pushed into the offside. The over comes to an end. 19 gone. It's 36 for 4. 18 in fact gone. 36 for 4.
Yeah, Matthew, as we were just saying, the Ghana Amazon Warriors women's team is going to be led by Stephanie Taylor. There's Nation there, Cherry Ann Fraser, the Guyanese, Karishma Ramharak, who's playing here today, Casey Schultz, Rachel Vincent, Rashada Williams, Shabika Gajnabi, Shemaine Campbell, of course Zayda James, who we were talking about, Zayda James,
yes,
in the T20 tournament, and Shamilia Connell. So I think it's a well balanced side, good makeup. We see the aggressive batters there. We saw that wonderful innings from Gajnabi and Campbell. So I am backing this team all the way. My Guyana team, yeah. And I'm looking for that, either a Gajnabi or a Stephanie Taylor jersey. I'm hoping that the West Indies, Cricket West Indies, we're going to have them up for sale.
Don't worry,
soon.
they've heard you. You'll get one. Anisa Mohammed, the captain, comes into the attack. The veteran, the 33-year-old, and brings Hector forward, pushed into the offside. Tremendous experience from this young lady, Anisa Mohammed. A little hop and a skip. That's well flighted. Played down to Leanne Kirby at mid-off, no run.
Yeah, you know, you were mentioning about what can be done. I think maybe just sometimes it's just the simple things. I mean, it's things such as merchandising, like having these. This one is in the air. Oh, falling just short of the fielder there. That's Ramharak.
Top edge, not in control of that shot at all. Hector, you've always got to be careful to a top quality spinner like Anisa Mohammed. You're the captain. You've got to stay there. 38 for 4. That wasn't the best of shots. Not in control. Leading edge flew in the air. Ramharak came in and the ball dropped just in front of her. Actually dropped at her feet.
Maybe a little dive would have given her a better chance of pulling that catch off.
But what tidied up that shot in terms of the run in between the wickets is that Freeman was able to get back quickly for a second run as the return came into Mohammed. Quick single taken, pushed away by the captain to mid-off. Return coming in from Kirby. And Freeman was slow off the mark there, but she got in. She got home at the striker's end. But it's all action already in Anisa Mohammed's first over.
Yeah, you've got to be looking for the single. You know, if you're not going to be pushing for the boundaries, you got to be looking for the single. And her partner calling her through their Hector, calling through Freeman. She was just sitting on her bat a bit. But in the end, no damage done. I'm sure they're going to talk about it and do better next time.
She'll bowl now to Freeman, the left-hander. Back and then pushes it back up to Mohammed. Her first over comes to an end. 19 gone here at Providence. The Leewards winning the toss and batting in the first Zone B match. Remember, they're placed alongside Trinidad in that zone as well. So 19 overs gone, 39 for the loss of 4, and Hector, the captain, needs to stay there. She's played a good hand so far, but in the context of Leewards, in this Leewards innings, not good enough as yet. She's 25 not out.
Yes, Matthew, it's a very long way to go. So, you know, it's not going to be good enough for quite some time. Leewards only 39 runs in 19 overs. So they would want to either push a bit or, you know, at least try to bat out the overs. 4 wickets down, they are in a very precarious position.
So we'll have a double change as spin is brought on from the far end. Hector's forward. And that's Kamara Raghubar coming into the attack. Yes, Anisa Mohammed, look at her stats. 180 ODI wickets and 125 T20 wickets playing for West Indies women. Fantastic journey for for the veteran experienced Trinidad and Tobago captain. Right now it's Ragubar who brings Hector forward, drives down to long on for 1 to carry her total to 26 from 29. Freeman is yet to score from 21, and the Leewards are 40 for 4 in the 20th over.
You know, you raised an interesting point there. You know, looking back at the women's CPL squads, the only surprise that I saw was that for the Trinidad and Tobago, the Trinbago Knight Riders, that Anissa Muhammad was not the skipper of that team. It's actually Deandra Doughton, who is not with us here in Guyana for this women's tournament. So I was just a bit surprised to see that, because we all know of Anissa's resume as a leader. So I guess they would have known why. Plus she's a Trinidadian, which it adds to it. So it was a bit surprising to see that.
Coming forward, leading edge in the air, in the cover area, Freeman, bit uncertain, very uncertain with her stroke play, the left-hander. But she's battling away. She hasn't scored as yet from 23 balls, says our scorer here.
Haley Matthews is the captain for the Barbados Royals. In the Barbados team, we have Mandy Mangru, our Guyanese, Mandy Mangru. She's going to be there.
So 20 overs gone. The Leewards winning the toss and batting here in this Zone B game that involves themselves, Trinidad, that they're playing in Guyana. 40 for the loss of 4. Not out batters. Freeman yet to score, and the captain Hector is on 26.
Matthew is just gonna take his leave from us for a bit. And welcome back, Inderjeet. How are you?
I am good, my friend. Enjoying what's happening out in the middle there. Leeward Islands peg back, but these two are fighting to put together a partnership. Arshina yet to score. She has faced 25 deliveries. On the other hand, Hector is in the midst of a wonderful innings. She has gotten 26 from 30. And looks good out in the middle. She's been stroking the ball around, collecting the singles, looking for the twos. And when the opportunity presents itself, she's not afraid to go for the boundaries. And what Anissa Muhammad is doing here is to slow it up. We saw in the previous over when Hector went after Muhammad, the ball hung in the air for a long time, but the fielder couldn't get in time. So this is going to be keenly contested in the middle here, with the pace slowed up and Leewards look to reconstruct their innings.
Yeah, we see just a bit of fight back here from Hector. She's actually using her feet, trying to get to the pitch of Anissa Muhammad's bowling, trying to get on top of the Trinidad and Tobago attack, which we did not see from any of her teammates. So that's what she's going to be trying to do. And Arshina Freeman is there joining her. So her job will basically be just to rotate the strike, get her partner back on, look for the singles.
Yes, so another over has gone. It's 41 for the loss of 4. 21 overs completed. So here's a fight back between these two, because Dullaby went for 2, Clark for 1, Thurp for 2, Willett on 1. And surely they didn't help the cause. Spend some time out in the middle there, but this partnership is looking far better despite Arshina not managing to put a run on the board so far. But her presence out in the middle, lending support to Hector. So Ragubar will continue from the northern end of the ground.
Well, it's easily the best partnership of the innings so far. Currently worth just about 28 and counting. So they'd want to build on that, try to get up to that 50-run partnership. Even though Arshina Freeman, she's not getting off the mark, so she'd want to add to that. But nevertheless, still a partnership in progress.
And Miku, she doesn't mind that because her body language there, she feels that she's doing a good job. I'm preserving my wicket, and she trusts, well, the team trusts that Hector is the one that can do the scoring.
Yes, well, Hector is doing the scoring, looking positive. I like the way how she's trying to use her feet to get to the pitch of the ball. That is what you've got to do to the spinners. So that is good to see.
And look the part here, Hector, and I agree with you. Her use of the feet against the spinners has been good. And it's just not only using the feet, but when you get to the pitch of the ball, you must be able to know what to do if you have to make the adjustments, whatever the case. So she is doing a good job and leading from the front.
Yes, definitely. You know, when you get to the ball, if the shot is not on, you've got to know that maybe just to retreat, play a defensive shot, or maybe go through with your drive and put away the ball.
And that's a very quick over by Raghubar to bring over number 22 to an end. So 22 gone. The Leewards, they are 42 for the loss of 4 with their skipper looking good on 28. And yet the score is Arshina. So the players will refresh themselves out in the middle. We'll take a little break and we'll be right back. So 22 gone. It's 42 for the loss of 4. And Hector is leading a middle order fight here against Trinidad and Tobago. And it's good to see that the skipper is leading in front. She's not waiting for anyone else to do it, but she has been doing it in tandem with Arshina, who is yet to score. So we are going to have a change of bowling from this end. That's the southern end of the ground. Mohammed has been replaced by Ramdeen. So let's see how Ramdeen feature here. Trinidad still maintain the solitary slip, the backward point, cover, extra cover, and the mid-off. First delivery taken on the pad, loud shout, and in the minds of the umpire would have been going down the leg side. She has a very interesting action. Seems to be whipping the ball out of the fingers, which are in front of the body in delivering. Has almost a leg spinner's action, but you look at her as she about to deliver the ball, she's actually whipping it away from the front of the fingers.
Yeah, it is an unusual action, and we would have seen her being featured in the latter parts of the T20 tournament, and she was very effective. Pick up a few wickets when she was introduced into the attack by the skipper, so it's nice to see. And that's put away for 4, even as we speak.
And that was a fine looking shot. It was short, but there was an air of danger there. But Hector was out there for a long time, and it kept very low, but she got it in the meat of the bat and carted it away down through backward square for a boundary. So this kind of pitch you cannot allow to bowl short. If you do that, you will go for runs. And Hector is a very strong girl. Once she hits them, they stay hit.
Yeah, it was a bad delivery, and she did put it away. So that is wonderful batting this innings from Hector. She just needs that support at this time. She's just not getting it. Using her feet again, but this time beaten in the flight and maybe a bit of turn. A tickish inside edge. Going down to the mid-wicket area.
And she was looking to go through the covers and outfoxed by the bowler, dragging it down towards mid-on. Once again, good use of the feet here by Hector. Coming down, reaching it, had enough power. It was in the air, but fall real far away from the fielder down at long off, and they took the single. That was a deliberate shot. So Hector continues to grow in confidence as Arshina comes back in strike.
Yeah, Freeman would just want to be very watchful here and not give it. Oh, playing and missing there. That's the end of the over.
That was beautifully bowled. The final delivery in this over at the end of over number 23. Leeward Islands, they're 47 for the loss of 4. Good time to remind you this is CG United Super 50 Cup from the National Stadium in Providence. So Raghubar will continue from the northern end. There's a slip, backward point. We're having cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. The off spinner I felt was a little bit too short in the previous over. Just need to get it up a little bit more. Shouldn't have a problem with Hector trying to come down the track. That was slower through the air, but still a little bit too short.
Yeah, respect shown there by the batter, Hector. But still a bit too short. Maybe she's just being a bit watchful, and that's put away beautifully through the covers there in the Jeep. 4 runs to Hector.
Yes, and everything was good about that shot. And I was making the point in the previous over, she was too short. She continues to bowl short. And if you're going to bowl those deliveries to Hector, she will certainly go after you. And she picked the gap nicely between the short cover and the extra cover. And on this ground, the sun is blazing down. It's fast. It surely is going to go away to the boundary. Just toss it up a little bit more. Just exert a little bit more power on the ball. And now what that has done is to offer the single, because the fielder is now forced to go back on the cover boundary. So moral victory here for Hector.
Yeah, well, that's one of the luxuries that Anisa Mohammed has had for this innings, as there was no attack or fight from the Leeward Island ladies, so she was able to just maintain that pressure and basically maintain a similar field throughout. But now we see with Hector taking the fight to them, it's going to cause a lot of adjustments, as we are seeing.
Yes, and once again, Hector coming down the track, reaching the ball and driving down towards mid-off. Kanisha Isaac is in, well, just make out the fielder down at mid-off. Just pill the ball a little, but the intention by Hector here is clear. Good use of the feet. And left-handed Arshina once again defending down towards the short mid-on. Another batter might have gone, pulling that one away through forward square for a boundary.
Yeah, there is a vacant mid-wicket area, and that one was ripe for the taking. But, you know, Freeman not looking to take any attack to the bowler. She's on toward to one ball's face, and she hasn't gotten off the mark as yet.
So 23 overs gone. At the end of 23, the Leeward Islands have brought up their 15 this over. They're 52 for the loss of 4. And that fight is due mainly to Hector, their captain. And she's shouldering the responsibility out in the middle. A very good inning so far by her.
Yeah, it's very good. For Leeward's sake, they'll hope that she stays there and, you know, continue to be as positive as she is. But they would want at least some rotation of the strike from Freeman, because she's eaten up a lot of balls but still hasn't gotten off the mark. And in this limited overs contest, you want to keep the scoreboard ticking over, even if you're not being overly aggressive.
Yes, certainly. So the 4 fielders outside the circle, there is cover on the boundary, long on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square.
It looks like it's going to be some leg byes there.
Yes, umpire Ryan Banwari signaling leg by. She was looking to get some bat onto that one, and there was nobody down at fine leg. If she got some bat on it, that would have surely brought her the least, maybe 2 runs, but they did get the leg by. Arshina Freeman. Well, she has not so far freed herself up. She has been bogged down.
Yeah, not a free man at the moment, or a free woman. And I think she heard us in Darji.
Yes, and she freed herself up, going over the top of mid-on, and she now opens her account. She has gone on to 2 after facing 33 deliveries. She's going to feel a little bit relieved out in the middle, but in tandem with her skipper, they're rebuilding the innings.
Yeah, there was a loud cheer coming from the dressing room, supported by her teammates, which is great to see. Cheering her first 2 runs. Arshina Freeman finally off the mark.
And now on driving and looking for the single as well. A good looking shot too, coming down the track, greeting it on the half volley and driving to mid-on.
It's almost as if she's grown in confidence over 2 deliveries, which is nice to see.
Yes, just calm down a little. Remember your role there is to support Hector. And the ball is just beginning to flow from the bat now.
She is looking good. There are some good looking strokes. She looks in control, well balanced, high elbows.
And I'm sure umpire Ryan Banwari will have nothing to do with that shout. It was a shortish delivery outside the line of the leg stump, pitch outside the line as well, so you can't be given out. Ramdeen first over cost her 5. Isaac 4 overs for 4. Mohammed 2 overs for 4. And that's in the air but falling short, and she did the right thing there. Miku not going hard after it. 24 overs completed. In fact, 25 overs have gone. The halfway stage. Leeward Islands fighting back. They are 55 for the loss of 4. Hector is on 38 and Arshina is on 2.
So a nice little partnership developing here for the Leeward Islands. They want to maintain this for as long as possible, as we're at the halfway point of the innings, 25 overs.
So there's a change in bowling from the northern end. That's Ram Harak. She is going to be bowling her right arm off spinner. Raghubar pulled out of the attack after bowling 3 overs for 7 runs. Once again, very economical. So Anisa Mohammed looking for the changes. While still an off spinner, it's a different bowler. Hector is in strike. And that's a quicker, flatter delivery here. Nothing to work with. Hector's gotten 38, looks the part, and continues to play well. And she seemed to have all the time in the world to play the shot. Just look how she played that last one. Watch the ball, stretch forward, very easy. No struggle whatsoever. Good use of the feet once again, getting to the pitch and driving away down towards mid-off. And hitting flat on the ground too, looking for that gap between extra cover and wide mid-off.
Yes, it's good positive batting. She just wanted to find that gap. Just not there. This time played out to the captain in a straightish mid-wicket position.
And so far so good for Ram Harak because she have maintained that line on the stumps. Middle, leg stump. This one was nicely floated. You know, those who like to see off spinners float the ball, they will feel happy with this bowling by Ram Harak, especially the last delivery.
Even as you mentioned that, I want to say good morning to our colleague Clyde Butts. Not with us here today, but I think he would appreciate the flighted off-spin bowling.
So 26 overs gone at the end of 26. Leeward Islands fighting back there. 55 for the loss of 4. Hector is on 38. Arshina is on 2. Dullabail has gone back to the pavilion for 2. So 2. Clark 1. Thurp 2. And Willett 1. At that stage, they ensured that they didn't lose another wicket. While Arshina has been very slow in the middle. She's doing the job, maybe batting under the orders of the captain as well. And she has preserved her wicket. Hello to you, Sean.
Yeah, well, good afternoon to you. Well, still good morning. Good morning to you, Inderjeet. Good morning to you wherever you are. Yes, the left-handed Freeman is looking very calm, but she's the lesser of the batsmen. So her role is to be the supporter. Hector is looking very, very good.
Yes, and Anisa Mohammed has come back after 1 over from Ramdeen. In the air, and it flies past Cooper down at first slip. Surely should be looking for 2 here, but Hector says no, I just want the strike there, and they get the single so close to Brittany Cooper.
Yes, but this is good captaincy, good leadership by Hector, noticing that she's having some problems, the left-hander, with Anisa Mohammed, and she could have gotten 2, but kept her away from the strike. She's going to deal with Mohammed.
Yes, and that's the right thing to do because we have seen, Sean, Hector not afraid at all, choose her delivery to come down the track. And she's looked good so far for her 30, how much, 38?
Yeah, 38 very valuable runs. When you look at the score, 56, she's got 38 of those 56 runs. And she's looked way ahead of the other batters and players in this side in terms of ability.
Yes, and now she takes a cheeky single and comes off strike. Back comes Freeman. She is left-handed and will be exposed now to Anisa Mohammed.
Yes, Anisa Mohammed, the girl from Sandy Grande.
She has done well over the years, Anisa Mohammed.
In fact, she's the only bowler in women's international cricket to have 7 5-wicket hauls, including 2 in T20s.
Well, that will simply tell the quality of her bowling, beaten outside the line of the off stump, looking to push at it. At one time, I thought she was looking to drive down towards mid-off, held back the shot, and beaten comprehensively outside the off stump.
She's just got to stay with Hector, and the Leewards will get a good score.
Another delivery that has her groping forward once again and beaten outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, that's all Hector would want, her to stay with her. Don't try to play too many fancy shots. Don't get too ambitious. Just bat, and bat long.
Well, that should be the call. Like this one, in better control this time. But what Mohammed did there was to just pull back the length a little. Got a little bit bounce from the pitch, but very slow bounce.
And bowled it closer to her. So when you bowl it close to her, if she misses, this time she didn't.
And this time showing good judgment, allow the off spinner to spin by outside the line of the off stump. And 27 overs gone. Leeward Islands, they are 57 for the loss of 4. Arshina Freeman on 3. And Hector has 39. This is CG United Super 50 Cup.
Well, I want to say good afternoon to Cindy Mohammed from the US of A. She told me that the girl who represented the Leewards and played international cricket for the USA, I couldn't remember her name. In addition to Hector, he's the first one that did it. It was Shibani Bashkar, who played for the USA and played for the Leewards in 1990. She went all over the place. She was actually born in India.
Really? And that is what cricket can do for you, take you to different parts. So Ramharak, right arm off spinner, will continue. So far, the lone over, it was a maiden. And our battle with Hector continues. Lovely drive down towards the long off, and will get the single.
It's really nice to see the Leewards at least getting one player in the CPL women's version, and that will be played at home. Technically, she's from Antigua, but it will be played in St. Kitts and Nevis. They don't like you to forget the Nevis part, the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis.
And they're absolutely
Yes.
right about that one, just like Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah.
You cannot leave the
Antigua and
Tobago.
Barbuda.
Yes. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. you
Guyana
know.
and oil.
That's inseparable now. And once again, on the short side, and no problem though so far for Freeman, and defending into the offside field.
Well, once the Trinidadian Pacers put the shackles on the Leeward Islands, the spinners are coming now to finish off the job.
Yes, and they're doing a fine job too.
Most teams, this is male and female in the West Indies, get a slow period, the run rate dips when the spinners come on.
Very stylishly too, the
Yeah.
left-handed Freeman, just playing soft hands down towards short cover. Alexander, I thought, did extremely well, the medium fast. 9 overs, 3 for 18. She was the one that made a lot of inroads. Isaac picking up a wicket.
And she got bowled those 9 overs on the trot. And
Yes.
this is hot conditions here. It's become from hazy sunshine to blistering heat.
Right, that's why I was a little bit disappointed with Anisa Mohammed, because she did went for a few runs in her last over. Maybe just a little bit over bowled, but they were hunting that other wicket too. So you never know what goes through the mind. The over's been completed, 28 gone. Leewards, they're 58 for the loss of 4.
Yes, they continue in an epic battle here in the middle, mainly between Hector and the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. Trinidad and Tobago, of course, like Jamaica, they played their first World Cup match under the Jamaica flag, and Trinidad played under the Trinidad and Tobago flag, and then the West Indies started playing World Cups after that. So these are the only 2 regional teams that played as, not the West Indies, at their regional side in the 1973 World Cup, which was the first ever Women's World Cup.
Well, that's good knowledge, Sean. Because, you know, many might feel that female cricket is just the other day.
Yeah.
But we have had a history, a long history of female cricket in the West Indies. And with all the little different programs now that are being put in place, you know, the feeling is that we are definitely going to get better. We cannot go downhill from here on.
Yes, but the Leeward Islands, they started in 2016. That's long after, in the 70s, when, oh my, that's a big shot. Played with a lot of power. Taking on Anisa Mohammed is Hector, and she gets a boundary. She goes now to 44. And the total is only 50. The total is only 60.
Well,
62.
right, it's gone
Yeah.
on to 62, and she has gotten 44 out of
Right.
that. And there's some extras as well.
Yeah.
So this will tell you, well, we can't call it a one-batter show because Harshina Freeman is preserving her wicket and ensuring that another wicket do not go down. That was a ferocious straight drive back over the head of the ace of spinner Anisa Mohammed. She's going to be hurt with that shot.
Oh, nice shot there. That ball was so flighted, and she had to wait on it and control it well. Didn't try to sweep, didn't try to pull, just turned it to short fine leg. Excellent batting. Good adjustment.
And give Mohammed the benefit there because she pulled back the length.
Yeah. And she slowed the ball up.
In the air this time, it's going to fall safe. And Ramharak, just overrunning it, will send the return in. And they go back and complete two. And Freeman, running for her life, ensure she got there before the ball reached the stumps.
But that was good running, but also bad feeling.
Yes, Ramharak, I thought, could have kept that down to one. Just overran the ball coming in from the boundary. When you were there, your judgment must be good. Are you going to go for the catch? Or will you want to just stay back and stop it? There was nowhere she was going to reach there. And she just overrun it. So, they capitalize. 64 for the loss of 4. And this time, straying down the leg side. And this is what pressure can do. Anisa Mohammed looking for a quicker delivery there to Hector. And straying down the leg side.
Yes, a rare bad ball from Mohammed, the veteran. She's now 33. And she's played a... Oh, my dear.
Well, she's gone via the run-out route. That's not the way to go. Hector committed for the single. It was never going to be a single there. And she has gone a run-out for 46. It's a pity to see her go this way. But Trinidad and Tobago, they are ecstatic out in the middle, getting the prize wicket of Hector, the Leeward Island skipper.
Yeah, just 4 short of what would have been a well-deserved 100. That was a real waste of a wicket. She came down, was sent back by Freeman, and couldn't get back in time and was run out. It's always heartbreaking when you get run out, but at least when you're 46 or 96 and you get run out, it's even worse.
Yes, she batted brilliantly for this 46 Hector and will surely get a round of applause from her teammate in the dugout. Well played. Is it enough? You will never know. I think it's her fault. There was never going to be a single there.
No, she just pushed the ball and ran, and Freeman was sending her back.
Yes, and she just couldn't turn and get back there in time. So that's now history as the new batter makes her way out in the middle, and that's Therese Parker. So it's left now on Parker and Freeman to do the repair. And give credit too to Kanisha Isaac feeling down at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, good awareness by her to throw the ball to the right end. Most people, I was going to say girls, but most people would have thrown the ball, would have been confused which end to throw the ball to.
Yes, and we have seen so many occasions like that. So Parker, she is left-handed, so we're going to have 2 left-handers out in the middle there now. Anisa Mohammed continues to battle away with her off-spinners.
Yeah, that's outside the line of the leg stump, and another over's gone by. So we've seen the completion now of 29 overs. Remember, this is a 50-over game, the CG United Super 50 Cup, and it's 65 for 5. The Leeward Islands winning the toss and batting. Are you surprised that the Leeward Islands opted to bat?
No, not surprised at all, Sean. On these pitches, it's 50-over games. And I feel that whichever team win the toss, they're definitely going to have a bat first.
So Ramnarak, she's also played international cricket for the West Indies. Unfortunately, since 2004, the West Indies have never played another test match. Nice flighted delivery there. Brings the Freeman forward, and there's no run. And most of other countries, the bigger countries like Australia, India, South Africa, England, they're continuing to play 4-day test matches for women.
Yes, I think there's a reason why that is happening with those countries. And that's because, Sean, they have the necessary structure so that the players can play the longer version. That's something I'm sure that, we in the West Indies will be looking for. There are lots of cricket, and the signs are good, In pandemic and so on, we were able to have cricket being played. Just look at Trinidad and Tobago in preparation for this tournament. They went to Barbados and played some games as well. In Guyana, in the county tournament, we had lots of ladies, coming to play the inter-county tournament. So once the infrastructure is there and we play the longer format in the various territory, I have no doubt that we will return to test cricket.
Forward is Freeman, and for an instant didn't know where that ball was, as it went inadvertently off the pad behind her. And luckily for her, it didn't go onto the stumps.
Yes. So Freeman continues to battle away. She's about to face her 50th delivery and poses for the camera as well. She's enjoying her stay out in the middle. She is on 3. It's very difficult to get a single in the offside there because you have a mid-off, there is cover, extra cover, a backward point, all inside the circle.
Nice flight there. Very well flighted.
Lovely delivery. The over has been completed. 65 for the loss of 5. 30 gone. Our Sheena Freeman is on 3. Parker is yet to score. More from you, Sean, and you'll be joined by Pastor Matthew Kisoon.
Well, good morning to all my friends in Antigua. And almost, but a couple of minutes away. Not quite there yet. So to you in St. Kitts and Nevis, where they've had the fortress at Brimstone Hill, it's a heritage site. I've had the privilege of going there when I went to cover the Under-19 series. The entire TCL teams went there, and I also had the privilege of going there. You can see most of the other islands from the top of the Brimstone Hill. And of course, Antigua has 365 beaches. Also Devil's Bridge.
You can visit one per day.
Yes.
And you complete visiting all in the year.
But you could visit the whole island in a day. As another office continued there by Anisa Mohammed.
Well, that's if you want to go and spend time on the beach and take your time to visit all the beaches. That'll be fine.
Yes, Anisa Mohammed with a white rag, in total contrast to red pants behind her waist. And she's bowling with her red Trinidad and Tobago cap. Played in 4 World Cups, Anisa Mohammed. And as I said, they took 7 5-wicket hauls, 2 in international T20s, and 5 of them in World Cups. That's a bad delivery from Anisa Passad wide. And it takes the score now to 66 for 5. And she's the only cricketer in women's cricket who has done that at the international level.
Yes, for sure. She really has been a good servant of women's cricket for the Caribbean down through the years.
Actually made her debut as a 15-year-old for the
Correct.
West Indies in the World Cup qualifiers against Japan.
Correct.
And we never know until you follow cricket that those are types of countries that play cricket.
And that's true. I think I remember we were having a look at the many countries that are playing cricket now, especially female cricket. And female cricket is on the upsurge around the world.
And teams like Afghanistan also have female teams.
And what is dangerous, Sean, is if these virtually unknown of countries that are producing cricketers, they all of a sudden come up, perform well, and West Indies regional cricket is not picking up nicely.
Yes,
and you don't want that.
66 for 5, 31 overs gone. And as we saw, like in men's cricket, Sri Lanka, they only got test status in 1980. West Indies got test status way back in 1928.
Correct.
And Sri Lanka is ranked higher than the West Indies. Now,
Yes. And there was a time
Bangladesh.
when people laughed at the lesser teams
Yeah.
when they got test status. Look at Afghanistan now.
yeah.
Yeah. And then now we see other countries coming on board nicely. Look at the Netherlands into international cricket and so on.
But
You
I
know,
believe that the West Indies should have done a better job. They won the series, but they should have beaten the Netherlands convincingly. England today, 498 against the Netherlands. But they're fighting back though.
good delivery from Ramarak, forcing Freeman onto the front foot, and then I would say, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. She didn't carry through with the shot taken by the keeper.
Nice flighted delivery again from Ramrak. And Freeman now looking to be more assertive in her defense. She's getting more confidence the longer she's batting. The only problem is there's nobody else to do the bulk of the scoring once there was the demise of Hector.
Well, she's batting like a test match cricketer for a team. 3 from 57 balls.
Well, in this version of cricket, especially with the Leeward Islands, it's 300 balls, barring no balls or wides. There's a lot of balls to bat.
Those stats are more familiar with some of our top order batsmen in male cricket.
Well, Braffett is one who bats slow, but he's batting really well now, and he's gotten to, I think, 70-something. Still batting there against Bangladesh.
He struck some good form for the West Indies.
160-something for 3.
Really Mr. Dependable now.
Yeah.
That's the truth about Craig
And
Brathwaite.
once he gets to past 50, 70, he's likely to get 100. His conversion rate is very good in the last couple of months or so, especially in the 4-day regional tournament. So the umpire is calling for the ball as the over is completed. 66 for 5 with 32 overs completed.
Well, let's remind that the Leewards won the toss in this Zone B game, and they decided to bat. They were 7 for 1 when we had a shower, which interrupted play at 10:02 a.m. That was in the 8th over. They were 7 for 1 then, and then play restarted at 10:30. Along the way, Freeman, the young batter out there, the left-hander, she took 33 balls to get off the mark. And then, of course, that 5th wicket partnership came up. 52 runs were posted for the 5th wicket between Hector and Freeman. And I must say, Sean, that Hector really gave her wicket away. That was a real giveaway. I mean, she advanced down the track, checked the shot, and then couldn't get back into her ground in time. And she went for 46. That slashed away, nice shot down to third man off the outside edge. Cooper is at slip, so not a chance for her at all. She gets another run.
Yeah.
But looking back at Hector's stats, 86 minutes, 7-4, 60 balls. A fine knock by the captain, but she really should have gone on to get a half century and take it from there.
Yes, once you get set at 46, you need to stay there. And she wasn't dismissed. She gave herself. That's right. She got herself out. That was a waste of a wicket.
It was. Isaac back into the bowling from the place pavilion end in her 5th over now. Before this, 4 overs for 4 runs. But look at the figures, Sean. Look at Mohammed, 5 overs for 13. She's been mean, of course. Kirby, 5 overs, 1 for 14. Raghubar, 3 overs for 7. Alexander, 9 overs on the trot, 3 for 18. In the hot sun out here. Ramarak, 4 overs for 1. Ramdeen, 2 overs for 8. Excellent bowling.
Yeah, well, making the point as Isaac's reintroduced to Inderjeet that once the fast bowlers do well, the spinners will complete the carnage, because there's most teams in the West Indies, male and female, they can't bat spin. And Anisa Mohammed has led her team excellently here. She's reintroduced the fast bowler, has a bulk of spinners on hand, and will want to use those, especially against the bigger teams, Jamaica, Barbados, Guyana, and so on. But it's a problem with men and women in West Indies cricket. Once the spin comes on, the run rate dips in the middle overs.
Looking to pull that, not timing the ball well. It bounced away towards mid-off. picked up by Raghubar. So we see Cooper now with Gully. So a little bit of a change. Mohammed is at slip and Cooper at Gully for that shot from Freeman. And she edged the ball away. A few deliveries ago. Balls! Middle stump knocked out of the ground. And she goes. And with Isaac coming back for a fifth over, it's proven to be a good strategy by Anisa Mohammed, the captain. And the sixth wicket going down for the Leewards. Long, painstaking stay at the crease comes to an end for Freeman. She's gone, bowled by Isaac. And the score is now 67 for 6.
Yes, it's 67 for 6, a depressing scoreboard. When you take out the 46 made by Hector and, of course, the extras, no other batter really stood up. 1, 2, 2, 46, the shining light in a dark cave of mediocrity from the Leewards Islands. And then 1, and now she's batted long. She's played her part, but she's only made 3. And she's gone. When you bat so long, you need to stay and battle the innings. Even if you make a low score, the others will chip in with reasonable contributions and you'll get up to at least 100. And 100 in a 50-over game is a very poor target.
It is. I was saying to Mikuwanya when I was off here that if the Leewards could get up to 150, it's good. It's not bad at all, knowing that their batting has always been the weaker aspect of their cricket. And but that looks very much far from getting to now. 32 overs bowled, 67 for 6. But losing that wicket after putting up a lot of resistance. 3 from probably 60-something balls. I'll get the stats for you in a moment. But the new batter comes out now.
Edwards.
And that's Edwards. So the Leewards have got a lot of work to do here still. And these two have got to bat.
And that makes the dismissal of Hector the more disappointing because it was not needed for. That wasn't a single. So she actually gave her wicket away when she was the only one that could have stood up and be the big difference between a win, possibly, and a loss against Trinidad and Tobago.
Loose shot there from the wicketkeeper. That's Parker, T.R.S. Parker. Left-hander. Taken by the keeper, no run. Slip. Backward point.
Nice flight, nice pivot, nice spin. Excellent action and release by Ramrak. She's recently made her international debut and she's looking promising indeed.
That one turned right across Parker.
And in this women's tournament, we've seen a lot of promising off-spinners. Anisa Mohammed is 33, might go on for not a couple of years. But it's good to see the younger off-spinners looking to take her place. And not only take her place and be successful. Not a good delivery there from Ramrak. Millington is another good off-spinner. Unfortunately, she was missed for the first 3 games in the 2020 tournament. Not a good delivery brings another over to an end. So 33 overs gone, and it's 67 now for 6.
Yes, Parker there, a little bit uncomfortable to Ramharak, not quite playing her with confidence, very uncertain. Coming across her, stumps the ball, turning across her, good spin for Ramharak. As you said, made her international debut. So she's one for the future. And of course, you remember the experienced Afi Fletcher, who's not here. These are good spinners, and they've got a lot of experience. Fletcher and Anisa Mohammed in particular, very, very good, and they've really served West Indies women's cricket for a number of years.
When you spoke about Anisa Mohammed and Afi Fletcher, I fully support they were automatic picks in the CPL for the women's version, which will be played in St. Kitts. But I'm a bit disappointed that Tremaine Smart, who is fitter and almost the same age, maybe just 1 year older than Fletcher, and she's fitter than both of the persons you call there, the Windies captain and the Trinidad captain, and she wasn't included, and maybe miscommunication caused that, because she said she was available, her email was working, her phone was working. No reserve players. They've got 3 more players to buy, but those are international players for each team. So I'm very disappointed that Smart wasn't picked because of miscommunication. She said when she spoke to the board, she asked them how to get her name in the draft, and there was no real positive response from the cricket board. That's what she said. Not a short ball, and this is tugged away into the onside, and there is no run. So still 67 for the loss of 6.
So the fast bowlers have picked up the wickets. Isaac 1, Alexander 3, Corby 1, and 1 via run out.
Oh my. Lucky thing for her, that ball was going down the leg side. She just stood there and stopped it with her pads.
Did she read that in terms of the line there? Because she did nothing at all, and the ball cannoned into her pads. Offered no shot.
Well, I've seen twice in male cricket during the regional 4-day tournament, batsmen playing no shot and getting their off stump removed. This is a better shot. Down towards mid-off.
So Trinidad and Tobago starting with Isaac and Alexander first, and then Kirby came on, replaced Isaac.
But Isaac bowled a wonderful spell. And 9 overs were bowled in consecutive... Yeah, Alexander. Yeah, 9 overs on the trot. Very good bowling, very impressive stuff, and good stamina too.
35 overs gone, 67 for 6.
Edwards not, Parker on 1. You were watching the CG United Super 50 Cup. And of course this match is match number 2. Trinidad and Tobago playing the girls from the Leeward Islands. Trinidad won the most titles with 13 and won also 2020 in 2016. The Leeward Islands with the least title. They joined in 2016. They played every tournament since then, and they had not won a title in either of them. They finished last in every season.
So after Trinidad comes
Jamaica,
Guyana.
No, Guyana's not won a tournament either.
Barbados.
Yeah, Barbados.
They're the defending champions for this
and that
50 over
they
tournament.
also won it in 2018 when Dutton dominated with the bat and Matthews dominated. Well, the other way around. Dutton dominated with both bat and ball, and Haley Matthews also dominated with both bat and ball.
The slug sweep down towards the backward square. In the air, they've taken 1. And that's all they'll settle for as Brittany Cooper give chase.
But
along
it's
with
good to see
Raghubar.
the Leewards still fighting. Even though they don't have the skill sets as the other teams, except for a few players, they're fighting with what they've got.
From a cricketing standpoint, it would be nice for them to get past 100 and carry that total as close as possible to maybe 125, 130.
Yeah, certainly. But they've lost their main batter who is capable of doing that. And it wasn't aided by anybody else on the field. It was our own self-destruction.
She was very confident, batted with ease.
And she looked very well. She looked 5 places above the other players in her team. And that is why she's the only international player from the Leeward Islands. But when you're the only international player, you've played for the West Indies, you're now in a franchise system, you've got to dominate, produce. But you can't be expected to do it all by yourself all the time.
And it's not to say that she's a quick runner between the wickets. So she came down 1/3 of the way down the track to play the stroke. When she checked the shot and pushed it back up the track, she couldn't get back in time. The return came in. Nice bit of work by Isaac to the wicket keeper. And that was the end of her. She was left stranded.
Playing right across the line there. Luckily for her, it was outside the off stump, and the over is completed. It's 69 for 6.
And that's what let her down. You're on 46. You've hit 7 boundaries. 7 boundaries, 60 balls, 86 minutes. You're going very well indeed for your team. That's not a good way to be dismissed at all. And I think she'll examine that dismissal very carefully and would have to say to herself, I should never be run out again in my career. That's a nice shot. Beating extra cover. Chase here for the field at mid-off. She doesn't get there, and that's 4. That's a nice shot by Amanda Edwards. Is it? And the score now move up to 71 for 6. Nice shot by Amanda Edwards, the Antiguan Barbudian, as Leanne Kirby couldn't get to that ball at all. As I say, good afternoon and welcome back to Mikuwanya, Israel. A nice shot finding the gap.
Yes, it was, but that's a very good effort there by Kirby, diving away down to the boundary. And that's put away again through the covers. And it's going to go for 4. This time being chased down. Well, the ball is just going to be retrieved by Alexander.
But look at that. Consecutive boundaries. 1 between extra cover mid-off, 1 through cover. Beautiful shots by Amanda Edwards. From Antiguan Barbuda, so she knows to hit the ball well. Good timer of the ball as well, the right-hander. Looks compact and solid enough. Let's watch Isaac in her 7th over.
One would wonder what would be if Hector hadn't gotten run out. And it's another boundary. My goodness. Powered away by the batter. Amanda Edwards over the top. 4 runs.
3 consecutive boundaries. Smashed this time of a wide full toss. That was a gift to Amanda Edwards, and that was put away nicely over extra cover down to the boundary for 4. So we see Kirby now at long off. Leanne Kirby dropped to long off. You've got what? You've got cover on the boundary. You've got 3rd man on the boundary. So 3 outside the 30-yard circle. As going down the leg side, wraps her on the pad, looking to flick down to backward square. But 3 boundaries, not the best over from Isaac at all. She's going to spoil her figures a bit here.
Some exciting stuff from the Leeward Islands here at the moment. And over the point fielder. Oh, and she kicked it into the boundary. And it's just
that looks like
4.
Joseph, is it? I'll tell you in a moment, but that's gone for 4. So 4 boundary, that's slashed over point. And the fielder from 3rd man wide tried. Good effort. She got to the ball but couldn't control the ball in attempting to pull the ball back inside from inside the boundary, and it went away over the ropes for 4. So that's 4 boundaries in the over so far. 3 consecutive and then 1 more. 85 for 6 now. The Leewards are pushing up to get to that hallmark first hallmark of 100 and then take it from there. It's been a bad over by Isaac here, bowling from the place pavilion end.
But an excellent over for the Leeward Islands. And this is going to bring us to the end of the over. So after 37 overs, the score is 85 for 6.
What a good over for the Leewards. Brilliant batting by Amanda Edwards. She's a race to what? Is it 16? 16 from 12 deliveries. Parker, the wicketkeepers, 3 from 20. But nothing's wrong with that. You've got a lot of overs still to come, and you want to bat out your 50 overs. 37 overs gone. And so when you look at Freeman, who was bowled by Isaac for 3, she faced 64 balls. I have no problems with you facing a lot of balls, but she needed a little bit more runs under her belt. But she was there with Hector for a while, and then Hector got herself run out. She run herself out, actually. But look at her stats. 7 fours in that knock. It was a knock of authority, but she missed out on what would have been considered a very prized half century for her. She would have really deserved it, but it wasn't to be, and that's what the game of cricket is all about, as we see a change from the far end in Corbinia Alexander coming back now to finish off her spell. 9 overs, 3 for 18. What a spell from this young lady bowling from the media center end, the northern end of Providence.
Yeah, she's been Trinidad and Tobago's most successful bowler so far in the innings, and she's going to continue looking to wrap things up. Ooh, lifting delivery just outside the off stump. The batter there not able to put it away. Tried for the cut shot. That was Terrace Parker.
And look, Trinidad and Tobago have used 7 bowlers so far.
Letting this one go, wanting nothing to do with it. So at this point, at 85 for 6 in the 38th over, it's kind of a balance in between attack and defense, because you don't want to just have a collapse and your innings end prematurely. So they're trying to find that balance. And I think the two batters at the crease, they complement each other well at this stage of the innings.
You probably thought also with 4 spinners and 3 fast bowlers in this attack for Trinidad and Tobago that maybe the spinners would have troubled them so much that they would have picked up a couple of wickets, but nothing in the wickets column for the spinners for Trinidad and Tobago. Does that surprise you?
It is surprising, because Providence is known as a slower track, maybe grips a bit more. But I think also the Leeward batters, they were very cautious with the spinners, not looking to attack. We saw Hector. She would have been trying to use her feet, showing a bit of positivity, and she was just about the only one doing that. So there was nothing really there to show that the spinners were troubling the batters. Wide signal there by umpire Mokan.
So we're getting up to second drinks break at the end of this over.
Looking for that slog sweep there, Matthew. I don't think that shot was on. I think she would have been better served looking to play that through the covers with all the feelers on the offside being up in the circle. So looking to heave that one on the leg side. Not sure that's a good idea at this time.
Quick single taken to end over number 38. And at the drinks break, the Leewards are 87 for 6. We will take a little break as well for a minute or two, and we will be back with you shortly. So welcome back to the Guyana National Stadium at Providence, where Zone B, first match for Zone B, which features the three teams, Guyana, the Leewards, and Trinidad and Tobago. Zone A is made up of Barbados, Jamaica, and the Windwards. And Barbados winning handsomely yesterday against the Windwards by 139 runs. Haley Matthews not getting to that 100. It evaded her, 99. Kaisia Knight, 72. And Bruce picked up for Barbados 4 wickets. So that was a handsome victory for Barbados. And now in this Zone B game, Leewards versus Trinidad and Tobago. Leewards won the toss and elected to bat. And they were in early trouble when they lost Clark for 1, then Thorpe for 2. Dollar Bile, she went for 2. And Willett went for 1. It was 13 for 4. And then a nice partnership of 52 runs between Hector and Freeman for the 5th wicket really brought the Leewards a little bit of respectability before Hector was run out. She ran herself out, returned from Isaac to the wicketkeeper for a well-played 86 minutes, 7-4, 60 balls. So we have now restarted with Anisa Mohammed over number 39 starts, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed wicketkeeper, Therese Parker. Looks to sweep, ball angled down the leg side. From bat on to pad and bounce behind the wicket. So a well played 46 to the captain, Hector. 7-4s, as I said, 86 minutes, 60 balls. It was 65 for 5 in the 29th over when that wicket went. And then Freeman, painstaking, stayed the crease, 64 balls for 3 runs. She was bowled by Isaac. It was 67 for 6 in the 33rd over. It's now progressed to 87 for 6. We saw 4 boundaries. That's wrapped on the. In fact, that ball hit her. She kind of stooped to play the shot, got down on one knee, and umpire Ryan Banwari took a while before he gave that decision. Out leg before Therese Parker, the wicketkeeper. She's gone. And in the very first over after the second drinks break, the Leewards are 87 for 7.
Yeah, Parker trying to sweep that one, putting across the line, caught in front, and adjudged LBW by the umpire. Rosa Leewards, new batter coming out to face for the Leeward Islands. You all know Rosa Leewards. She's a energetic player. You know, she's going to be quick in between the wickets, but she'll just want to stay there to ensure that her team bats out the entire 50 overs.
So we see a spinner finally getting a wicket, and who else but the captain, Anisa Mohammed. She went down on one knee, the ball hit her low, and after a couple of seconds, of course, Ryan Banwari, using his judgment as the umpire out there, says that's out. So she's gone for 4, 87 for 7. So Leewards is out there now. She'll take her first ball from Anisa Mohammed. Well tossed up, just wide of the off stump. She maybe echoes a little drive through the offside, missed the shot taken by the keeper. Looks for a big swing. That was well tossed up on the middle stump. And that ball went away down to short, fine leg off the pad. No chance of a run. 39 overs are being completed. The Leewards winning the toss and batting in this Zone B game of the CG United Insurance Super 50 Regional Women's Tournament. They're 87 for the loss of 7. So they've still got 66 legal deliveries to face. And if I'm going to be smart, as two batters out there should be, I want to run a ball. And if I get a run a ball, I will take that total up to what? 153. I make it. If I get a run a ball for my team, that's 153. That's the way to think.
Yes, definitely, Matthew. I think that would be their overall aim, but we all know it's all about the execution. Oh, that one was close there to the waiting hands of Cooper in the covers there. Lofted drive, just dropping short of the fielder. We all know Cooper is one of the better fielders in this tournament.
Took a brilliant catch to dismiss Dollar. Swung away through mid-wicket. There's a field out on the boundary. They'll take the single. That's Corbinian Alexander out there patrolling that region for Trinidad and Tobago. Just the two fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So Trinidad and Tobago has kept the pressure on throughout the innings.
Yeah, it's one of the luxuries that Anisa Mohammed has had in this innings. No real aggression, no real counter-attack from the Leeward Islands batters. So she's been able to maintain that pressure right out there in the middle. This one going right through the batter there, Leewards. She didn't know much about that. Came back and just went straight through to the keeper.
And I think Mohammed has brought one of her fielders to a short, straightish mid-on area, wide. That kept very low. Hustled on to Leewards. She got the bat down on it quickly.
Yeah, she has a short mid-wicket and almost like a short straight mid-off. So very much attacking herself. She is in slip.
And even though that fielder was placed there, that shot beat that fielder, that's Isaac, to her right. And she came back for two. It beat her to her right. So even though that fielder was placed there, she probably could have been a little bit more squarer. And she would have saved runs for Trinidad and Tobago there. 90 for 7 now. In the 40th over of the innings.
Yeah, I don't think she'd mind that too much though. The attack is still on. The pressure is still on. And we come to the end of the over. And we're at over number 40. And the score is now 90 for 7.
I think if you're a lover of cricket, you would want the Leewards to get past 100, for sure. Get as much as they can get. Make a nice game of it. You must not surrender easily. I find sometimes what happens in female cricket in the Caribbean, some of the weaker teams, they tend to just give up easily. You see it from the body language, their mindset. They give up. They believe they're not a very strong side as compared to some of the others, and they tend to give up. They give their wickets away. A lot of the dismissals are very soft dismissals, and you don't want that. You want to fight. You got to compete. You've got to compete. Play hard cricket. Cricket is a hard game, tough game.
Well, Matthew, that sort of confidence and that sort of fight comes with experience. And it goes back to the number of games you would have been playing over time, whereby you learn yourself, you learn your technique, you understand the ins and outs of the game. So you know that in the air, down to the long on area, fielded there by the fielder, Karnisha Isaac. Was a powerful hit.
Yeah, it was a nice shot by Amanda Edwards. Those are shots you will see a lot when you come down to the final 10 of a 50 over tournament game. And that was nice. That wasn't bad at all. Not a chance by any means.
I don't think Leewards is gonna hang around much here. She's not gonna die wondering. She's taking the attack. to Anisa Mohammed. So it's spinner versus spinner at the moment. I'm sure that when it's her turn, she'll be looking to outfox Mohammed when she has the ball in hand.
Quick single taken. The return comes into the bowler's end. Just to the right of Anisa Mohammed. Backed up nicely by Kanisha Isaac. That was a quick one. That's a leg by. And in the total of 92 for 7, extras now move on to 13. So it's not been that bad for Trinidad in terms of curtailing the extras being given away. 13 so far.
Leewards quick in between the wickets. She may have started off a bit late, but she was home quite early before the return could come in. And that's the end of the 41st over. And it is now 92 for 7 as they climb closer to that triple figure. Taking his leave now is Matthew Kissoon, and I'm going to be joined by my colleague Indarjeet. How are you?
Hi Miku, I'm good to go. And Leewards Rail making a fight of this one. Struggled when they started their innings, losing Dullabile for 2, Clark for 1, Turp for 2, Willett for 1. Freeman and Hector steadied the tide, with Hector scoring a fine 46. Freeman just making 3 but occupied the crease. Parker making 4. But here we see a fight going on by Edwards as well. So good for them.
Yeah, it's really good for them. They've got to basically make the best of the situation that they're in. You know, this isn't the ideal place that you'd want to be at this time of the innings, but you've got to work with what you have.
Yes, of course. And the partnership between these two growing a little. Leewards is on 2, Edwards on 18. She has taken a fight. And Ragubar, that was a good delivery. Nicely tossed up and stroked away down towards cover. Don't bowl short. That should be the mantra for her out in the middle. Short again, and this is a slice out towards third man, coming off the thick outer edge. And they'll go back and complete 2. So once you are short, you allow the batters to have a swing at you. And that is exactly what happened as the score moves on now to 94. And it's good to see that the Leewards here has a good chance of passing 100.
Yes, definitely. I think that's what we would all like to see in this tournament, everyone involved. You know, it's always good for the sport when the competition, when the games are competitive. That's what people want to see. That's how you get that marketing going. So we've got to keep pushing, you know, just keep improving the game for the ladies.
And this was another short delivery, but not forcefully played through the offside field. Just backing away, giving herself a little bit of room, Leewards. That's a fine looking shot by Leewards out towards the boundary. It's going to get ahead of Ramdeen. It does. And that's 4 good looking runs. But I've been saying if you're short, you're asking for trouble. And that was a fine cricketing shot by Leewards. Stepping on the back foot, transferring the weight and cutting through point.
I just love the way how she gave herself just a bit of room to play that shot and just guiding it through the covers. That's a beautiful shot. Leewards showing her skill with the bat.
Yes, so 43 overs gone, or is it 42? 42 overs gone. At the end of 42, the Leeward Islands, they're 98 for the loss of 7. Leewards is on 8. Edwards has 18. And they're doing a fine job. So often we've seen when the frontline batters collapse, a lot of pressure is placed at the end and teams might very well be bowled down for a low score. Not in this case. And I'm particularly happy for the Leeward Islands because they finished at the bottom of the table in the T20 Blaze, didn't score any points. And they come into this 50 over tournament now. And when they were struggling, I think how many? 4 wickets went down, 6 runs was on the board. You were wondering to know what score can they put on. But they've done well so far.
Yes, it's great to see. I think that in development aspects of the team sport, your team that struggles the most, they need the biggest support. And I think that, as much as possible, in any way, we need to support our ladies from the Leewards Islands.
Yes, so the score is now 99 as Leanne Kirby continues from the southern end of the ground, and now she'll be bowling to Leeward. I guess when the Leeward camp reaches that 100, you'll hear the dugout roaring loudly, and they have all right to do that.
Yeah, well, we're hearing them already for us in the ground here. They're cheering every ball.
Even if it's a defensive shot.
Even if it's a defensive shot. And let me just take this time to remind our Guyanese viewers in the area that you can come and hear the cheers of the Leeward Islands team.
Of course.
We're open here at Providence.
This has been a great fight back by the Leeward Islands. And in the air, but over the head of the keeper. That's gone down towards fine third man. They take the single, and that's the 100 up for the Leeward Islands. At one point, struggling. 4 wickets down, 6 runs on the board. And it's good to see them, they consolidated their 100 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, we're even getting cheers in our commentary area. I think all the guys in the box here are all lovers of cricket. So, they're glad to see cricket winning. Soft hands there by the batter, picking up a single. I think once Leeward is out there, you're going to get singles. She is a rocket in between the wickets.
Yes, and she has played well so far, Miko. She has gotten 20 out of 20. At no point she was bogged down. We remember those shots. She played against Kanisha Isaacs, just spoiling Isaacs' figures a little. So, good rotation of the strike, and that's important at this stage. Get off the strike, get the single, there are scoring opportunities. That one slides off the outer portion of the bat from Leeward. And the important thing is to get Edwards back in strike.
Paddled away there by Edwards, just for the single.
Well, didn't get it the way that she wanted it. Got the top edge and it flew in the air down towards a backward square. Another over has gone. So after 43 overs, 103 for the loss of 7.
Slow, steady progress by the Leeward Islands. I think at the earlier stages of the innings, it looked very gloomy in terms of their predictions. But I think there's just a little bit of light here being seen at the end of the tunnel. So they want to push on to maybe get in excess of 120. Just putting some amount of scoreboard pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago team when they come out to bat.
And the Leeward's batters, they've heard you, Miku, because I listened to you come this morning and you said you want to see 100 overs bowled. Well, in the first innings, we're about maybe to see 50 overs completed. Take a bow for that. Yes, we do.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I've been working on my prediction skills, looking at a few YouTube videos to know how to gauge.
Tell me when I'll win that lotto, and let it not be long, please.
When we get off air.
Good looking shot by the right-handed Edwards. Forced away down towards extra cover. Ram Harak. She continues from the top end. So far, 6 overs for just 3 runs. Very economical.
Yes, it is. It is very good bowling. Got to tune into Sportsmax to see if her sister would mention her this evening, because she's bowling well, so it's well deserved,
Yes,
So
certainly.
great to see.
Good sweep shot, made contact, but didn't get the placement. There's a short backward square in position. In fact, there are 2 short backward square inside the circle, looking to prevent that very shot that is being played. Now one of the fielders is going to push back down towards the backward square on the boundary. Good thinking, because you want to avoid the boundaries at this stage. Yeah, big swing and a miss.
Yeah, big swing and a miss indeed. You know, if she's gonna go for the boundaries now, she'll have to go offside, because the leg side is packed at the moment. 3 boundary riders on the leg side, as you would have just mentioned. Can't beat the fielder there.
Yes, and she actually was going outside the leg stump as she played that shot, looking for the gap between extra cover and mid-off, but picked out the fielder instead. So she has been kept quiet here by Ramharak. Good bowling so far. Good delivery, nicely tossed up, and this is what you want to see your spinners do. That's a very good over. It's 103 for the loss of 7. So 44 gone, 103 for the loss of 7, 6 overs to go, 3 wickets standing. Great fight back by the Leeward Islands. As I say hello once again to Sean Devers.
Yes, well, hello to you once again, Inderjeet. Hello to you wherever you are. Tremendous fight back by the Leewards. This team here has shown fight in their first game in the 50 over format. Hector batted brilliantly. She's a class above the others, and the team has shown fight. They're not going down without a fight.
Not at all, and a good partnership here between Leewards, who has gotten 10 from 17, and Edwards, who is not afraid to play her shots, 21 from 27.
And
so,
they've reached the 3-figure score, and they've also looking now to battle the overs.
yes, Anisa Mohammed starts over number 46, and that very first delivery was very, very slow.
Yeah, she's got a wealth of experience. She knows when to bowl slow, who to bowl slow to.
Well, a chance here for her, and now the return comes in, and she's home. Good running there. She had to scoot, and when she decided, I'm going to step on the gas, she just accelerated beautifully and got home.
Yeah, she looked up and trusted her partner, who was seeing where the ball was going, and the single well taken in the end. Excellent running also.
Yes, was a little bit late there to start Leewards, but she trusted the legs and she got home. So, back in strike here is Edwards.
Nice shot again through extra cover on the back foot. This partnership continues to flourish.
Yes, and this is good to see. You want a competitive match, and Leeward Islands, you felt that they would have been battered and bruised in the T20 blaze, not scoring a point. Coming back here, suffered an early collapse. But this is great to see. What a fight they're putting on, regardless of the outcome in this match.
Quicker delivery outside the line of the off stump, and a cut and a miss. You're watching CG United Super 50 Cup. Trinidad and Tobago has won 13 titles in this format. This is a wide delivery. No, it maybe clipped the pad. That's what the only way it would have been not called a wide. Maybe clip the hip or the tie pad.
And that's the reason why the appeal went up there for a caught behind. Anisa Mohammed before this 7 overs, 1 for 15.
That's a nice slow ball again. She had to wait on it, and showing good judgment, good adaptivity, and she adapted well and pushed it into the offside. He always finished. It's 105 for 7, 45 overs gone.
Yes, so 5 overs there to go. Surely they might just be thinking about that 125, 130. But we have seen that Amanda Edwards, she can open up. She can go for the boundaries. It is dependent now for her to choose whatever time she decides to go after the bowling.
Yes, awareness and shot selection Don't try to hit every ball. Hit the balls that are there to be hit. And this is a good delivery. It hung in the air. She was looking to drive and then had to check the shot. I'm very impressed with the off spinners I've seen in this women's tournament.
Yes, certainly they have delivered, and this one that is bowling Ram Harak, she has done well so far. That's a little quicker, peeling off the edge, hurrying down towards the fine third man boundary. Will it get there? Well, it has actually stopped about now, and the return will go in. Good piece of chase down towards the boundary line.
And you feel for a bowler when they bowl a good delivery, peels off the edge, and the batter gets runs for it.
Yes, well, I see that fielder that chased after it has a 20 on the back. Our list that we were given by the Leewards. This is nicely pulled around down towards forward square, and they get the single. So good run in between the wicket. Chanella Lord actually ran after that one. Good chase.
Yes, good chase indeed. Now she's bent over. And this is the dying stages of the innings. And that's when the pressure gets to you. Your thighs and hamstring is under pressure.
And the nerves come in as well, Sean, because in the shorter format of the game, those that can hold their nerves are normally the one that will go on to win.
Yes, well, I still think Trinidad will win this match. But it's nice to see the Leewards putting up such a spirited fight back. 109, and they're likely to bat out the overs, which is good. 3 wickets to go. So apart from the score, they've ticked the other 2 boxes.
Yes, I do agree with you, and I will love also to see them bat out that 50 overs. So important. It will give them a lot of confidence as we go into this tournament further.
That's why I was so disappointed with Hector. She's the best batter in the side, the only batter with West Indies experience, and she got set and gave up her wicket.
Yeah, so 46 overs gone, and the Leeward Islands, they have progressed to 110 for the loss of 7. This is CG United Super 50 Cup from the National Stadium at Providence. And it's good to see the manual scoreboard is still in operation here, ensuring that the fielders out in the middle can know what's going on, and a few spectators that we have as well.
Well, I understand the Ministry of Sport, well, the government is going to buy electronic scoreboard which will serve as a replay screen. They've rented the previous governments, both UPNU and the PPP, since the introduction of the stadium. They've rented the replay screens, and if they'd not rented the replay screen, the money that they spent on that could have bought 3 replay screens.
Yes, and it's good to go. Well, I guess as oil money continue to come into the country, these are things that are definitely going to be built, and that will definitely happen. So that's good. And I guess when that happens, you know, it's going to bring so much relief to those at the ground.
Yes, it's going to happen for the CPL, I think. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yes, and we are definitely going to be held to watch that.
And we've got the final to watch for 3 years. Lovely shot. That was hit with authority. Through the extra cover position, down to the wide long off boundary, and 4 good looking runs.
Yeah, that was a blistering drive, like you rightly called it, Sean. Through extra cover, left the bat sweetly, timing, power placement and grace. And certainly Edwards moves on to 27, and she can be dangerous as she continues this innings.
Good support too from Leewards, who's on 16 at the... So Edwards on 27. Leewards, who's in fact on strike, she's on 16. That was a lovely shot there from Leewards. The conditions begin to get a little bit overcast, and fighting it away, not as planned the shot, but in the end got enough bat onto it to take it towards the mid-wicket area for one.
And the rain is getting a little bit closer here to the National Stadium, looking out towards the north.
Yes, if you look there, you see that those trees there, you can't see them. And the buildings. That means the rain is coming.
Yes, and the ground staff, they're still sheltering under the orange stand, but they have the tarpaulins on both sides. They might be hoping that it's going away. They will know the stadium more than us and where the rain comes from.
I think the rain comes mainly from the northeast. Oops. That's a good shot, but well fielded. So good low order cricket there by these two young ladies. 116 for 7. 29 is the partnership and not yet finished.
Yes, and very valuable runs as well. And they actually came in style, that 29 partnership between these two. At no stage they were bogged down. They collected their singles, rotate the strikes nicely, and when the opportunity presented itself, they're not afraid to go for the boundaries.
Yes, they joined forces at 87 for 7 when Parker was LBW to Mohammed for 4, and they've been there since. As conditions get a bit worse.
Yes, getting a little bit on the darker side, but the spinners are in operation. And that's Ram Harak. And I think the danger point of the rain is from that northeast position. We aren't getting it here. And looking out towards the eastern part, it's shifting towards the west.
And we can even see in the northern part there some patches of blue in the sky.
Yes.
Even in the northeast, the east. So good running again. The total goes up now to 117 for 7. We're in over number 48.
And Trinidad doing a fine job here, Sean, cutting out many boundaries. The bowling has been good. The thinking is there. Now we have the extra cover going back towards the 30-yard circle. There's also a backward point. There is no third man, so you wouldn't want to bowl wide outside the off stump.
And there's protection there. So just the single. This is a good field for an off spinner. Long on, deep mid wicket, and a backward square on the boundary. The backward square inside the circle, the short backward square. The mid wicket wide inside the circle. And there's a conventional mid off. Tempt the batter if she wants to hit the 4, go over the top. And then there's a ring of fielders inside the circle on the offside. Extra cover, and a backward point. Confidently played though.
Yes, and while it's confidently played, was a good delivery as well. That won't hurt Trinidad and Tobago because another dot ball has been bowled.
Ramarak. And that's short. And hit away and find the gap. Might go close to the boundary and into the boundary for 4. So exquisite timing and placement. Found the gap to precision. And that's 4 more. The total going up now to 128 for 7.
That was a fine shot, Sean. Piercing the offside with that shot was excellent indeed. I did make the point, with the field set, you cannot afford to bowl short. And that is what Ramharak did and got a little bit of width outside the off stump.
And now she's pushed back the fielder to the sweeper position. That's setting a field for bad bowling. She shouldn't be bowling short and wide outside the off stump. Much better. But still a single. Good running. Played with soft hands. A good alert running between the wickets. This is good cricket from the Leeward Islands. 123 for 7.
Yes, certainly it is excellent cricket. You get the boundary, the fielder push back on the boundary, you look for the single, and that was intelligent cricket. Got support from the partner and they went through.
Still the overcast condition continue to prevail here. Good delivery, and you can listen to the girls. It sounds like a capacity crowd. It's only the Leewards supporters.
Yes, and they're surely enjoying this. And why not? At one stage, you weren't hearing any song coming from
When
the
they were
dugout.
17 for 4.
That's right. Other than that, when Hector came out, she began to play her shot. There were jubilation there. And that is what we want to see. Enjoy and lend support.
Yes, so the 48 over has been completed. So 12 balls left, 12 legal balls, 123 for 7. And Nico has gotten half of his wish. Well, he's not yet gotten half of his wish, but I doubt if the 3 wickets will fall before the 50 overs is reached.
Yes, that might not happen, especially the way that these two are batting out in the middle. So let's just remind you that the Leeward Islands won the toss this morning and they decided they're going to have a bat first. And they're playing Trinidad and Tobago. It's a Zone B clash. These 6 teams have been divided into 2 groups, Zone A and Zone B, with Barbados, Jamaica, and the Windward Islands in Zone A, Zone B, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, and the Leeward Islands.
So the skipper, Anisa Mohammed, with 4 World Cups under her belt. Wonderful experience, Mohammed. And this is a full toss. And clipped away out towards the deep mid-wicket position. They hustle back for 2. So the total now going up to 125.
And a good start to this over here by Leewards, getting a full toss and clipping it through mid-wicket. 2 more to the score. So it seems now that Anisa Mohammed, she has to be careful how she bowls. Important to get runs off the first delivery, and that is what they did.
Good afternoon to all those in Sandy Grande. That's where Anisa Mohammed and her twin sister and pair of twin brothers were born. Good afternoon to everyone in Trinidad and Tobago, Luke and Saucy, and little Chelsea. Good afternoon to you. Well, Chelsea's not so little anymore. She's a young lady now. This is pushed into the onside again. So the runs continuing to come. Rotation of the strike, the scoreboard ticking. Good start by the Leewards in their first match.
Yes. And Anisa Mohammed, that's another slow delivery there.
And that kept low.
Kept low as well. Edwards will feel that she missed out there to get a single. Maybe a little bit of a push. She tried to hit it too hard. Just losing the shape a little.
And when you start with this positivity, the momentum grows and you're confident in your other matches. Even if you don't win, you know that you are fighting.
Yes, and this recovery here will surely motivate the team when their chance comes for them to bowl and field.
Leewards, the only team in women's cricket that has never won a title. They started in 2016 and they've never won a title. In fact, they finished last in every tournament. 126 for 7, 1 over to go.
Yeah, 126 for the loss of 7, and Anisa Mohammed finished that over well because the first delivery went for 2, they got a single, and after that it was just dot ball, dot balls, dot balls. So give her credit for that fine over that she delivered.
And even to the better teams, the Haleys, the Dottins, the Matthews, and so on, this Trinidadian team has got a good spin attack and an impressive pace attack. So it's a good bowling side. So
yeah, very balanced.
They would restrict most top batters.
Yes, they have done that, and Barbados will recall what Trinidad and Tobago did to them when they unleashed the spinners.
Yes, in the 2020, that was a shocking defeat. I almost said that Barbados had won the tournament. Well, I did actually say that. I wrote that in Culture News.
Oh.
That was a real upset.
Yes, it
and
was.
And the Jamaicans compounded the issue by failing to dismiss the failing to dismiss the Leewards below 120.
Yes, and they did an excellent job of that, the Jamaicans. So congrats to them winning the T20 Blaze. Now, this one is dragged away down towards mid-wicket, and they hurry through for the single. Now, this is not going to hurt Trinidad and Tobago because the boundaries aren't coming. But this lady back on strike, I'm sure at some time she must go for broke here.
Yes, the field is set. 3 4 fielders on the boundary, 1 on the offside, 3 on the onside, and a quicker delivery and hit in the air, allowing it to bounce in front of her. She didn't really attack the ball, but you want to save the boundary instead of attacking the ball, and it goes for 4.
Yes, and Ram Harak is doing the right thing here. She's bowling straight, and more than likely the batters will play across the line as they look for the big shots, with a long on being placed there.
And she bowls quicker too. And oh my, that's unfortunate for the bowler also, because the ball has passed, beaten the batsman, beaten the keeper, and the Leeward Islands get valuable runs. They're now 128 for the loss of 7. She
Yes,
actually
and
got a touch onto that.
yes, because no signal coming from the umpire, so that's 2 more to the right-hander. Will take the score to 130 for the loss of 7. So you miss, we capitalize, just going through Boyce at the wicket there.
That's
Now that's
nice
a good-looking shot. Hit away over mid-wicket, and they'll go back and complete 2. So 2 more to the score.
132 now for 7. As we see a helicopter passing in the distance. Might be the Ghana Defence Force helicopter, or it might be a private helicopter, or it might be a helicopter from ExxonMobil. And she's looking at the last delivery. She looked to run a by with the ball in the keeper's gloves, and the striker is not out, but the run strike has run out. She didn't even move to try and make the keeper have a throw and miss the stumps.
Yes, certainly. So the 50 overs have been completed. The Leewards managed 132 for the loss of 8 wickets. That innings, a great fight back from Hector of 46. Edwards in the end with a fine 31. Lightbird scoring 29. And they will have a rousing welcome in the dugout. These 2 girls, Edwards and Lightbird, as they make their way there. Really steadied the partnership. And certainly from a position of 16 for the loss of 4, they have fought and tremendous recovery to end on 132 for the loss of 8 wickets. So that's the story here at the National Stadium at Providence. Leeward Islands winning the toss and batting 132 for 7. Trinidad and Tobago target will be 133. Alexander led in the bowling department with 3 for 20. We're going to be taking a break from the National Stadium, and we'll be right back when Trinidad and Tobago responds to that 132. It's goodbye for now.
And we're back at the Guyana National Stadium at Providence here in the beautiful country of Guyana in South America, the only English-speaking country in South America. Very unique in terms of its position in the Caribbean community. But welcome back to everyone viewing, watching, listening, whatever you're doing in Guyana, in the Caribbean region, and around the world at large. Well, a nice fight by the Leewards to get them up to 132 for 8 in their allotted 50 overs, giving themselves a little bit of a chance if they can make early inroads into the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup. Tiffany Thorpe will start the bowling from the Place Pavilion end, and she will be bowling to, that's Renice Boyce, the wicketkeeper. The other batter is Janaba Joseph. So they're the two openers. So we're back, we're up, we're ready. Mekuwanya Israel is alongside me for the first part of commentary. Welcome, Mekuwanya. Let's look forward to a good fight now.
Good afternoon, Matthew and viewers. Yes, we have a nice match in the making here, and we are looking forward to a good contest. But that would depend so much on the Leeward Island bowling to try to restrict the Trinidad and Tobago ladies to under 132 runs. So let's see how it goes.
First run off the bat for Trinidad and Tobago as the return comes in. Direct throw to the striker's end. That's good work there by the field at square leg. But Joseph was easily home. So the first run for Trinidad and Tobago off the bat, and that run goes to Renice Boyce. Joseph comes in to strike. I'll endeavor to recap for you what has transpired so far in the first half of the innings, when the Leewards won the toss and elected to bat in match number 2, a Zone B game, which of course is made up of 3 teams, Guyana, the Leewards, and Trinidad. Guyana will play on Sunday, I make it. That's pushed down to extra cover, no run. Barbados, Jamaica, and the Windies are in Zone A. And Barbados beat the Windies by 139 runs yesterday, with 99 from Matthews and 72 to Kaisia Knight. Bruce getting a 4-wicket haul. That was a good victory for them. Comprehensive victory. Bowling out the Windies. I make it for 78. Outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. And there is no run. So let's go through what transpired. The Leewards won the toss, elected to bat. Clark was caught. Mohammed had slipped bowled Alexander for 1. It was 7 for 1. Thorpe was bowled middle stump by Alexander for 2. It was 10 for 2 in the 10th over. Down the leg side, that'll be called wide. So first extra on the tins for Trinidad and Tobago. We'll make that 2 without loss. Dollar caught Cooper. Lovely catch in the gully off the bowling of Kirby for 2. 12 for 3 in the 11th over. Willett caught wicketkeeper Boyce, bowl Alexander for 1. 13 for 4. Came forward, struck on the pad, maybe just outside the line of the off stump. Good delivery, and then the ball bounced away towards slip. So Willett went for 1, 13 for 4. That was a disastrous start for the Leewards in the 12th over when they were 13 for 4. And then a beautiful fight back by Hector. Hector and Freeman. The captain, she was run out. We would say she ran herself out. A throw from Isaac to the wicketkeeper, the striker's end, for a well-played 46. The first over is being completed in the Trinidad and Tobago innings. They're 2 without loss. I'll bring in Miku in a moment. Let me just wrap up the innings for you. So she made a well-played 46, hit the ball well, good timer of the ball, the captain, 7-4, 60 balls, 86 minutes. And when she was run out, the score was 65 for 5 in the 29th over. Freeman was then bowled by Isaac for 3. She faced 64 balls. It was 67 for 6 in the 32nd over. Then Parker leg before wicket to Mohammed for 4, 87 for 7. Edwards was run out by Ram Marak at the bowler's end for 29. 4 fours, 41 balls. The innings came to a close with the final delivery where she was dismissed. 132 for 8 in their 50 overs. Leewards unbeaten on 31, 3-4s from 39 balls. 13 extras made up of 9 wides, 2 leg byes, and 2 byes. So the captain bowls down the leg side, and it will come away for 5 wide, signaled by umpire Imran Mokan. That's not a good way to start in the bowling department for the skipper. But 5 wide, so extras will now move on to 6, and the total up to 7 without loss in the second over. So 13 extras, and with a run rate of 2.64, Trinidad and Tobago have started here with 7 without loss. We're just about into the second over here at Providence in Brilliant Sunshine. That'll be another wide. So she's not got it right as yet. Not getting her rhythm right away going, the captain, but a lot will depend on her all-round ability. After getting to 46 with 7 fours, she has to do some work with the ball in hand. I'll give you the bowling figures. Alexander, that's for Trinidad and Tobago. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 20. Fantastic spell by Alexander. Mohammed, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. Kirby, 6 overs, no maiden, 1 for 17. Raghubar, 5 overs, no maiden, none for 16. Let's watch Hector. Again down the leg side. This time that's going down towards fine leg, where Freeman fields. And that'll be a leg by. So that came off the pad. Ramarak, 10 overs, 5 maidens, none for 21. Ramdeen, 2 overs, no maiden, none for 7. And Isaac, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 21. So that's a summary of what transpired this morning, with the Leewards winning the toss and batting here. But a nice effort by the Leewards batting to get them up to 132 for 8 in their allotted 50 overs. Let's hear how Mikuwanya will analyze that first aspect of the game so far for today. Outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. No chance of a run. The score is kept on 8 without loss. Good afternoon to you, Mikuwanya Israel.
Good afternoon, Pastor Machu Kisu. Yeah, it was a good bowling display by the Trinidad and Tobago ladies. They kept the stranglehold on the Leeward Islands for quite the majority of their innings. So now they're into bat, and the Leewards will want to do the same to try to restrict them as much as they can.
So it's 9 without loss. Boyce 1, and Joseph yet to score. She's on strike. Hector, the captain, bowling from the media center and the northern end of Providence.
Nice to see Hector settling in on her line here. She started a bit wayward with wides down the leg side and also on the offside. So you want to find that nice length and try to keep the extras down to a minimum when you have such a low total on the board. The worst thing you'd want to do is to give away some freebies to your opponents. So she's settling a nice line, just tucking the batsman up for room, the batter up for room here. That's Janaba Joseph, right in at the body, under the arm, in the armpit area. So nice, decent pace generated here by Hector.
So the back end of the Leewards innings was good. 119 for 4 at the back end of the innings. Remember, they were 13 for 4, and they lost 4 wickets after that. The second overs come to an end. It's 9 without loss. The latest score here from Providence. A good time to remind you that you're listening to CG United Super 50 Cup from Providence.
Yes, our regional female 50 over tournament is up and running. This is the second match of the tournament. Just concluded the T20 aspect, the T20 blast, with Jamaica coming out on top. Congratulations to Stephanie Taylor and her teammates. I'm still excited to have Stephanie leading the Guyana Amazon Warriors ladies team. Looking forward to that, as that should be some exciting cricket with the talent that's on that team.
Some highlights for the Leewards innings for you. 52-run, 5th wicket partnership between Hector and Freeman, and then a 45-run, 8th wicket partnership between Edwards and Leewards. When the innings was closed, that's a nice shot. Eased the way through square cover. They've crossed the one and they'll come back for a second. Nice shot by Boyce.
Nice, classy looking, easy shot. A shot of an opener. Not trying to hit it too hard. Just about the timing and the placement in the gap. This is exactly what Trinidad needs to do. There's no need for anything just untoward. Just find the gaps, pick up the singles, and put away the bad balls.
So as I said, the last 4 wickets for the Leewards put together 119 runs. And that was certainly good for the Leewards. So the back end of the innings was way better than the top end. Remember, the top end they lost 4 wickets for 13 runs in the 12th over. So it was an improved batting effort by the Leewards, set up nicely by the captain, Shanisha Hector. Well played 46. And you look at 31 ordered from Leewards and 29 from Edwards.
Short ball this time from Tiffany Tarp. Worked around there by Renice Boyce, picking up that single. Trinidad and Tobago off to a good start. You know, we were hoping that that same momentum that the Leewards would have had at the back half of their innings would probably spill over into how they open their bowling attack, but they're just a bit wayward at the moment, struggling to find that right line to keep that ball tight. And that was a luxury that the Trinidad and Tobago skipper had. They settled in early, and of course the Leeward Island batters were not looking to really push the score.
I think the Leewards will be mindful also of the amount of extras they've started to give away or leak already in the first 3 overs. 3 overs have been completed, 13 without loss, 9 extras in a total of 13. So just 4 runs off the bat.
And that's a very high rate, as we saw in the entire Leeward innings. Trinidad only conceded 13, and Leewards have already given away 9. So that is not a good sign at all. You know, they want it's limited overs cricket. You have a low total. You know, that is very indisciplined stuff.
That's nicely pulled around, got inside her stumps and pulled that around to fine leg, where Melissa Clark is positioned. She got a single. Boyce. She's 5 from 8. Joseph yet to score. She's faced 11 deliveries. And let's hope that Hector can get it right in her second over here.
She's already gone down the leg side, whereby Boyce was able to just work that one around and pick up the single. A much better comeback. She just hasn't settled yet on that line. We know that for the Trinidad and Tobago bowler, Kanisha Isaac, she was getting some movement. She was pitching the ball up in the right areas and getting just enough away movement. So, you know, the Leeward Island bowler would want to replicate some of the same line and consistency. This one seemed a bit high, making an appeal there to umpire Mocha. Just a bit high. Umpire saying not out. Maybe just testing the umpire to see if he's, you know, on the ball, which he is.
119 needed from 279 balls. Let's not worry about that equation at all at this point in time. I think the focus is on whether the Leewards can pick up about 3-4 quick wickets and set back Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, the way how things are at this very moment, one would have to favor the batting side. It's completely in their grasp to complete the match. So all the onus, all the pressure would be on the bowling team to make early strikes, restrict the flow of runs, bowl in a disciplined line and length, not give away too much extra. So, and even as we speak, Matthew, just another wide there, taking the extras tally up to 10. This is not going to be helping the Leeward Islands cause at all. And that one just coming off the pad, it seems, or else that could have been another wide. So you see, Matthew, she's bowling both sides of the wicket, right? And this is something that you won't need from your opening bowler. You cannot be bowling on both sides of the wicket like this. You've got to settle in on one line, one length with some consistency.
Well, it's hot here at the stadium. The clouds above just cooling down the atmosphere a bit. But I'll tell you what, I just got a text from my cousin in Atlanta who says it's 95 degrees in Atlanta currently. Very hot.
Well, if it was just one more degree, there was a popular song that he could have been singing. But we are not singers here, so we won't get into that.
What's that, 96 degrees?
I tried not to mention it, but you know,
That's
you've
all right.
always got to.
Well, your brother knows a little bit of music. I'm not like you, but I know a little bit of music.
Well, should we tell the viewers that we're actually in the shade here at Providence?
Tell them. And then
Okay.
eventually when the sun comes over to our left, it will hit us a bit.
So viewers, Matthew's cousin in Atlanta says it's 95 degrees, and he's telling you this from the shaded area in Providence.
16 without loss in the 5th over. Previous over from Hector, a loud appeal for LBW, but a little bit high on that occasion. Now, what, hit outside the line?
I'm thinking I heard maybe two songs there. Maybe she got like an inside edge onto the pad there. But umpire Banwari saying not out.
Good
That's the
delivery.
most important thing.
Good delivery from Tiffany Thorpe. Quick single take and the return comes in, doesn't hit the stumps of the strikers, and that was a good effort there by as she walks back to backward point. Wow, that didn't hit at all. I think that would have been out. Quick single taken. Renice Boyce was coming to the danger end. Ball pushed into the offside by Joseph.
That was an excellent athletic effort in the field. Just running around like that and making that dive, a throw to the stumps.
And that's Tinetta McCoy at point. Slip third man backward point cover, extra cover mid off, mid on, square leg and the fine leg.
Yeah, that's a dead ball. I think someone in the field was talking as the bowler made her approach to the crease. Just a reminder to our viewers out there that once the bowler has started her run up, you know, there should be silence. You know, she should not be talking, because then it could be considered a distraction to the batter. So that's why the umpire signaled dead ball.
That's a full toss that she doesn't put away at all. She missed it, it cannoned into her body.
And there was a whole lot of empty real estate there on the leg side, Matthew. Just waiting just for some guidance, and that could have been an easy 4. But she missed out on it.
So it's pretty hot in certain parts of the world right now, and I tell you what, it's nice to have the cool breeze blowing across Providence. We've lost the sunshine momentarily. Back and forces that nicely. Good timing by Boyce. A little bit of misfielding there with extra cover. And they get the run.
Yeah, and that's just another thing. The fielding, you know, you've got to be on your P's and Q's.
5 overs gone, 18 without loss. With the exception of that little heavy shower that delayed play or stopped play for about 28 minutes. Loud appeal. Good delivery from the captain. Again, a little bit of movement down the leg side there, I thought. Renice Boyce is not a tall lady.
Yeah, it looked like it was just sneaking down the leg side there. So umpire saying not out, and I think rightfully so. Would have been missing that leg stump.
So that when the rain came at 10:02 a.m., it was 7 for 1. The Leewards didn't affect the game in any way. There's always provision for extra time.
Yeah, and you know what's one of the benefits of having such a facility here at Providence, and the rain really doesn't affect play as much as it would other venues. Fast drying ground, one of the fastest in the Caribbean, if I'm correct. Yeah. So Trinidad and Tobago in the 6th over, 18 runs, and they're just doing what is necessary at this time. There's really no need to do anything else, not to be silly in any way. Just continue playing their game and they will get home, all things remaining equal. So good start here by the two openers, Boyce and Joseph.
I know the Leewards they've got Willett to bowl, they've got Edwards. That's another wide.
And this is exactly why Trinidad really doesn't have to push as much as you will want them to, because Leewards are not doing themselves any favors at this time. Extras now at 11, so that's a free run and they'll take it. That one was close, but umpire saying it's a fair delivery.
And she did follow it outside the half stump.
The skipper there coming through with just that extra bit of pace. We can hear the grunt here in our commentary area.
6 overs gone, 19 without loss. Thorpe continues from the place pavilion end. She's in her 4th over, none for 8 before this. Hector's bowled 3 overs for 11 runs. Joining me, Sean Devers. Sean, good afternoon. Good effort by the Leewards at the back end of the innings to get them up to 132 for 8. It's now time for them to pick up some wickets, to bowl very well and see if they can put Trinidad under pressure.
Yes.
They haven't started that way so far.
Yes, well, good afternoon to you, Matthew. Good afternoon to everyone, wherever you are, in Trinidad, in the Leeward Islands, in Guyana. Yes, they haven't started so far well. Too many wides and loose bowling, but certainly they did fight back towards the back end after Hector made that lovely 4-6 in the middle order. So it was a good fight back, but realistically, a total such as this, 133 in a 50 over game, 133 to get in a 50 over game is not really a big ask unless the bowling is very bad.
These two girls are batting reasonably well so far. Boys 7 from 20, Joseph 2 from 19. That's not a problem at all. We saw Freeman got 3 from 64 balls.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. This total 133 is easily gettable if you don't have very bad bowling or you play rush shots. It's easily gettable in a 50 over game.
That was outside the off sum. She looked to drive, got the outside edge along the ground to slip. Well fielded by the captain. That's glorious. A shot of authority, a shot of a young woman who's gaining and growing in confidence. That's a good looking boundary there to Renee's Boys. True cover.
Yes, Renee's Boys and her partner Joseph, they're experienced players, they're quality players, they play a lot of cricket, they have leagues in Trinidad and Tobago, so they're very firm in their skill sets and so on, as opposed to the Leeward Islands, who has got maybe 1 or 2 or maybe 3 good players among their entire team. That is why they are not doing so well in this tournament and the previous one. End of the over, it's 125 without loss.
And you don't think Guyana's got enough players in the pool, ladies in the pool, to develop a nice league system here as well, or a little franchise tournament for our
Certainly
ladies?
not at the moment, because if you look at the under 19 teams and the senior teams, you see a lot of under 19 players, especially from Demerara and Essequibo, playing in the senior teams. Only Berbice has a structure for cricket. Good afternoon to Mr. Foster and the Berbice Cricket Board. But having said that, even Berbice cannot have a franchise system because they might have only with 3 teams. And the players from Demerara go up to Berbice to play. So we have to get more players, widen the pool for us to start thinking of a franchise system similar to the male ones that are being played here in Guyana.
Is it a change in the bowling? I think it's Melissa Clark who comes into the attack. That's right. First ball just wide of the off stump.
And the thing with the Leeward Islands too, and most times with women's cricket, the bowlers are also the batters.
Yeah, they've got a number of all-rounders in their side. Because Melissa Clark opened the batting for the Leewards. Quite a number of all-rounders in this side.
Nice delivery, nicely played also. Just back of a length, she came forward and opened the face and played it out towards backward point and got the single. So good rotation in the strike, good intelligent batting, no hurry, 26 without loss.
Nice soft hands there by Joseph. A drive went through backward point. That's to Netta McCoy, right through her, down to white third man for a single where Dollar Bile is. She gets the single.
But certainly the Cricket West Indies is trying to develop women's cricket, and of course this CPL having the 3 franchise is a step in the right direction, getting the girls being paid to play something they love. Most of the players only at international level they get paid. As the over comes to an end, it's 27 without loss.
Beaten outside the off stump. That last delivery was a good one from Clark to end the over. Not a bad over at all. But if you've got a good example to follow in terms of the trending of cricket worldwide, why not follow it and see what you can do? So to have the ladies play CPL is very nice indeed.
Right, but funding at the lower levels is something that's not easy to get.
Hasn't that always been a problem in our cricket? You always hear talk about money, money, money.
It's not as bad as it was before. You're getting more money now. In sports, for instance, in Guyana, this is the biggest ever budget for sports. Under the Charles Ramsden-led Ministry of Sport and Culture, the government is pumping a lot of money into sports. They're doing facilities, they're upgrading venues, and they also have the academy. The academy is what has to produce the young players.
Thorpe has had 4 overs for 14, and now we're witnessing Leewards, who's into the attack. That's off the outside edge, all along the ground between the vacant gully, or through the vacant gully position, down to very wide third man. They come back for 2 runs. Leewards now into the attack. We're in over number 9. It's 29 without loss.
So Joseph is on 3. Boyce is on 14, as you said, 29 without loss in the 9th over. When you look at the structure for especially women's cricket, there has not been a sociological structure, a cultural structure, or an administrative structure when it comes to women's cricket, not only in Guyana, but mainly parts of the West Indies also, because of the stigma that's associated with women's cricket. And a lot of mothers wouldn't want to send their children to play cricket. That even happens in other sports. Many old-timers, if you want to use that word, believe that sports is just for boys, or the girls has to stay at home. And when you get to a level past under 19, your husbands now would feel the same way. You get married, you get children. Men don't get children, so men don't have that disadvantage of playing sports. Well, men don't make children, they have children.
I have one for you, Sean. That's a nice shot. Outside the leg stump, full length. And that's flicked fine. Beautifully backward of square for 4. That's lovely. Pick that up beautifully. And that's 4 good-looking runs there to the young lady. So the over comes to an end, I make it. It's 34 without loss, is it?
Yes.
And 9 overs. The scoreboard says what? 8 overs?
overs
8 overs are being completed. 34 without loss. I have one for you, Sean.
Yeah.
You're talking about men don't make children. Men do. But I know what he means. I know what you meant by that. But what I have for you is this. In the good book, it says, and Adam begat, and Jacob begat, and Isaac begat. It never called a woman's name that begat. I'll leave you with that one.
So when Mary Magdalene was the virgin and Jesus Christ was born, didn't she make Jesus Christ?
Melissa Clark continues. Full toss, put away. Down through mid-on. Nice shot. They've taken one. They'll come back for a second. Juicy full toss. Put away in the mid-on area. and picked up 2 nice runs.
Consistent bowling up to this point. That was a full toss. It spoiled the over. And it's just started.
A deep discussion by Sean, but I don't want to get too much into that at this stage. That's cut away down to third man for 1. Dollar Bile is down there. You know, you get into deep topicals and discussions, it can go very deep. Very deep indeed.
Solitary slip in place. And forward comes the batter and plays it back towards.
She's looking a bit more confident now, a bit more positive. She's playing better. Janaba Joseph.
Yeah, both of them are looking confident and not a wide, and aided by the loose control by these Leeward Islands bowlers. In female cricket, generally you see more wides being bowled and so on. But when you look at the top teams, they can beat any other team that is not so good at, including the young boys in under 19s. That is why I'm always for the point that if you have West Indian cricketers, female cricketers, let them play in the boys' team. Hayley Matthews started with a boys' team. She actually captained her boys' school team. Same thing with Stephanie Taylor, and yes, Campbell. That happens in Berbice, but it doesn't happen anywhere else.
Flicked away down to long leg. Willette comes around to her left. She does good work. They get a single.
So another over is completed. The total going up now to 40 without loss.
So 10 overs completed, 40 without loss. So it's 40. 10 overs completed, and Leewards will continue. But these two girls are looking good. Boyce 19 from 32. Joseph 8 from 28. Boyce is on strike to Leewards. Kills the spin. Gets it out to forward square. Clark 2 overs for 8. Thorpe 4 overs for 14. Hector 3 overs for 11. And Leewards 1 over for 7 before this. A big effort has to be put in to really help women's cricket in the Caribbean. It has to be a collective effort and a big effort.
Yeah,
we need soldiers. We need cricket soldiers to work hard with these ladies.
I agree with you, and the West Indies, the CWI is doing a fairly good job with Courtney Walsh and so on, being around the female cricketers, and they're producing the cricketers, but they're not producing many cricketers. When you look at Stephanie Taylor, you look at Deandra Dottin, and you look at Hayley Matthews, and you look at the other cricketers, they're way below that level. Those are international cricketers that can make any team.
The question is, how were they able to step up to such a high level? The Matthews and the Dottins.
Because they played from an early age with the boys in schools and,
Wow.
and their clubs, and first division with boys teams.
White ball outside the off stump. Make that 41 without loss.
And in Berbice, that happens sometimes. I actually opened the bowling with Tremaine Smart for Bormine, Tuckburg Park, in a first division match. But it's not happening in other parts of Guyana.
Quick single taken, nicely pushed into the offside by Boyce. So what we're saying, there needs to be the social structure, psychological and mental structure for these girls. You know, for ladies cricket needs to become strong and get better.
That's
and then
a full
you'll have
toss.
more
That's
ladies
swept
playing.
away down towards the boundary, and that will go into the boundary for 4. So that takes the score up to 46 now without loss. Good solid start. And of course the culture has to change as the over comes to an end. 11 overs gone, 46 without loss.
Let's see if we can all help in this fight to ensure that ladies cricket can become stronger and better, not only worldwide but especially in the Caribbean region.
Yes, good afternoon to everybody across the region, especially to the convener, Anne Brung. She's the lead selector here, along with Travis Dowling and Courtney Walsh and others. So we say good afternoon to Anne Brung. And she comes from a cricketing culture also. She has 4 sisters who played for Trinidad in the 70s. And that's what you need. People with the cricketing background in your family to push you harder and make you want to lead, go for their example. Good afternoon to you, Windies.
Good afternoon to you, Sean. Hello to listeners and viewers once again. 46 without loss. Over number 12 is about to be started, and it's going to be bowled by Melissa Clark. She has done a good job so far, but this is a very good partnership by Trinidad and Tobago. They haven't lost a wicket as yet, chasing down 133 for victory. This is the foundation they're looking for, and they have gotten it so far.
Yes, wonderful start by Trinidad and Tobago, 46 without loss. And they've got a good team. They understand how to play women's cricket because, of course, then again, there's leagues in Trinidad. Even girls from Barbados, Guyana, go to play in their franchise leagues there. And they're one of the islands that take women's cricket very seriously.
Yes, and I've listened to you and Matthew. One hope that down the line, you know. This is a lovely looking shot. Taken on the up and stroked away. True point and out towards the boundary for 4. She did it with all the ease in the world, Joseph, and gets an exciting boundary. And that's the 50 up for Trinidad and Tobago. They're now on to 51 without loss.
Yes, good solid start by these two. And the 50 has come up in 68 balls in the 12th over. And that's also a good run rate.
Certainly, it is a good run rate. You have all of 50 overs to get to this 133. And from here on, they look as though they're going to get that with many overs to spare.
And you have all 10 wickets in the bank.
Yes, exactly. But Leeward, they're making a fight of it. They haven't managed to get the breakthrough so far. I mean, Sean, they would have done well to score that 132.
Yes, very well.
Taking into consideration where they were, 4 wickets down with just 6 runs on the board, and they came back.
17 runs.
And they came back nicely.
Yeah, certainly a good fight back, especially led by Hector. But once she got herself out, wickets started to crumble until the back end when that partnership developed.
Yes, and that was between Edwards and Leewards. Edwards in the end run out for 31. Leewards was left not out on 29. Well, that went to hand and put down there. It should have been taken by Amanda Edwards at wide mid-off, and she floored the catch.
Yes, well, that's what I was talking about. If you are not experienced in playing hard ball cricket, day in, day out, that's going to happen to you because you don't understand how to catch a ball. It hurts your hand. You could get injured if you catch it the wrong way. You could break your fingers. And you've got to start playing hard ball cricket at regular periods in the Leeward Islands, Antigua, Montserrat, Anguilla, everywhere in the Leeward Islands. You can't be banking on one or a couple of countries, Guyana, Jamaica, Barbados, to get the West Indies players winning matches. You've got to start getting other players involved. That is why, as opposed to the pool of 6 in the CPL for men, they can only find 3 franchises. So the quality of women's cricket needs to be developed in the West Indies. When you look at India, Australia, England, the quality of women's cricket is far more developed.
Yes, and not only women's cricket as well. We need a comprehensive structure to develop cricket at all levels,
Yes, that's
both
true.
male, female, at all the different on the age groupings and so on. But I think what we have been seeing of recently, they are good signs. The various territories and Cricket West Indies itself are putting things in place to ensure that we produce that next generation of West Indian cricketers. But a lot must be done by the individual territories as well.
And the biggest influence for a young girl to play cricket is seeing now that you can play CPL side by side with the men, even though it's in Antigua, it's in St. Kitts.
Yes, and that's a good start, thanks to CPL, the biggest party in sport, and they have come up trumps again, adding these three teams.
Clark bowls, and that's a ball that's on the line of the middle and off stump, played back towards the bowler. So another over is completed at the end of it. 13 overs gone, and it's 57 for the loss of 6.
Yes, and this is a fine opening stand between
For
boys.
no loss, in fact.
Yes,
I did say
between
6.
Boyce and Joseph. They are doing a fantastic job here, and Trinidad and Tobago will be extremely with this batting performance so far. Clark, 3 overs. Turp, she has sent down 4 overs for 14 runs. Hector, 3 overs for 11. And Leewards, 2 overs for 12 runs. Clark, 3 for 13. So they're yet to pick up a wicket. And Leewards in over number 14 will be hunting her first wicket.
So Leewards in, bowls a good delivery, didn't spin, and beat the outstretched prod and went by to be taken by the keeper. So Boyce and Joseph doing a good job here for the Trinidadians after the Leewards made 132 for 8. In fact, they batted all 50 overs and they got a 3-figure score. Hector made 46, Edwards 29, and Leewards 31 not out. Of course, Alexander bowled very well, 3 for 20. So now they're set 133 to win, and they've got a good start.
Lovely looking start, very solid, and at no time they were bogged down.
Good delivery again, nice flight. So the Leeward Islands, which is the weakest team in this tournament, has shown promise with some of the players having potential, but then you need to develop that potential and nurture it to make it a good product.
Yes, and one hopes that when they return to the Leeward Islands, I mean, they themselves are from different islands that make up the Leewards, and structures and systems can be put in place to develop them. But it's a team that you can definitely work on. We have seen the talents, we have seen the commitments, that never say die attitude by them. So all the ingredients are there.
And it's similar to the Windward Islands. They're a culmination of islands. You have to get one team from that. Similar to Essequibo here in Guyana. That's why Essequibo is always the weakest team of the 3 counties when they play cricket, because of the distance, the geography of the riverine areas.
Yes, and never easy to manage as well. And what we know, the signs we're getting from the new cricket board in Essequibo is that they are committed to solving that problem.
Yes, kudos to the president of the Essequibo Cricket Board, Mr. Singh, and all his hard-working staff. And in fact, there's a Essequibian in the Guyana team.
Yes, so 13 overs have gone there. And at the end of 13, it's 52 without loss, Trinidad and Tobago. This is CG United Super 50 Cup from the National Stadium at Providence.
And Joseph is on 12, Boyce is on 24. And they continue to build their partnership. Half century already. They're looking to finish off this match without losing a wicket, or at least 1 or 2 the least. Good conditions continue to prevail here at the Providence Stadium. Nice cool breeze blowing across the ground. Lots of infrastructure work going up. There is Sarwan's Amazon Mall in the background there. The development to the left, the housing development, shows that Guyana is moving forward as a nation, and this is what we want. Unity brings strength.
Certainly does. So the new bowler from the northern end will be Saneldo Willett. So far we have had 4 bowlers used. Leewards 3 for 13, Hector 3 overs 11 runs, no wicket. Thirp 4 overs, 15 runs. Clark 3 overs for 13. So we're having now the fifth bowler being introduced into the attack, Saneldo Willett.
And this young lady comes from a great cricketing background. Her father is the first ever Leeward Islands player to play for the West Indies. Her brother is a first-class player. Talking about El Camino Willett, the left-arm spinner. That's her father from Nevis. And her brother, Stanito Willett. So she has cricket in her blood. And more likely than not, she would have practiced or on the road or on the beaches, bowled to her brother. And that's how cricket developed, in the backyards, in the beaches, in the pastures. That's outside the line of the leg stump. Wayward delivery there from Willett. And this total going up by 1 to 63 without loss.
And you mentioned cricket develop in the backyard, the streets and the opening. That sends a strong message to society as well. Because if we are to produce a next winning West Indian team that can beat the world, society must play its role as well. I'm afraid that's an institution that has actually, crumbled over the years across the region. And strong societies will certainly produce strong individuals.
Yeah, not only in cricket, in human behavior, human life, curbing crime, getting drug addicts off the streets and so on. But that's when you're small, the community brought you up. Back in the day, lovely shot, out towards the backward square leg boundary, nicely flicked away. And she's now gone up to 28, and the total goes now to 58 without loss.
And Sean, that was a fantastic shot by Rennie's boys. Picked it up beautifully and deposited over backward square, and she gets the boundary. Everything was good about that shot, and she continues to bat pretty well. Just 45 deliveries for her 28, and this partnership continues to grow between Joseph and Boyce.
So she's now beginning to put her foot on the accelerator. Boyce playing a good knock here. 28, as you said, from 45 balls. And don't forget Joseph, she's playing a great supporting role because she's there while the partnership is building. It takes two to build a partnership.
Yes, and she's playing the second fiddle here to Boyce. She has gotten 12, and the score is not a huge one. That's the target that they're looking for. So it gives them the opportunity, to build an innings, not be bogged down, pick up the singles. And once the opportunity comes to get the boundary, you do that. That's another wide. Willett just straying way outside the line of the off stump.
I must say congratulations to the girls who got selected in the CPL, which will be played simultaneously with the male CPL from the 30th of August to the 30th of September. That version, a lovely shot again, full toss and nicely clips away again. Two bad deliveries on the line of the leg stump from Willett, and both put away for boundaries. The total goes up now to 63 without loss, and Willett goes now to 32. Good supporting role from Joseph. She's 12.
Well, that's the way you should treat a full toss. Treat it with disdain. And from the time it left the bat, it had 4 written all over it. And once again, Boyce is looking good. Put away every single bad ball that comes your way.
Yes, all these girls will be motivated. They know now they can make something from cricket, being a professional. Not only if you play for the West Indies or you get a little smaller money when you play in the regional tournaments, but now you can play in another wide. So this is bad bowling here by Willett, overcompensating for the leg side deliveries and going wide of the off stump.
Yes, and she has only sent down 4 legal deliveries, and so far she has gone for 12 runs in this over. Not a good start from her at all. When she goes down the leg side, she's wide or full. When she comes outside the line of the off stump, it's wayward.
As I was saying, this is a good motivator for these young girls, even those who are not playing, who would come to watch, and they know as this is dabbed away out towards the third man position, they get 1, and the total going up now to 65 without loss. And they know now that there's something that can look forward to. It's all about, not all about money, but money is involved also. And for the younger generation, you can't harp on their motivation is money and other things. But one of the motivations, as opposed to the older generation who had passion and pride and so on, is money. So this is a new generation. You've got to evolve with their culture.
Yes, so the over has been completed. The Leeward Islands against Trinidad and Tobago. Remember, Leewards made 132 for the loss of 8. In reply, Trinidad and Tobago, they're 65 without loss of 14 overs. And the battle continues here. And you're right, Sean, the world has changed. People need a roof to cover themselves. They need food, they need medication, they need entertainment as well. And we must always see sport as an industry in a changing world. It presents an opportunity for employment in so many different facets, not only playing the game.
No, you could be a scorer, an umpire, a commentator, a curator. And that's all part of cricket.
Yes, certainly. And if we cannot find the white-collar jobs for them, we must present an opportunity so that their skills can be developed, the creativity of them. And sports is one of the way to go.
Leiberg in bowls another full toss and hit in the air, but late decision to respond, and she gets in anyhow because the return was to the wrong end.
Yes, certainly, and I'm afraid that Dullabile here didn't throw to the right end, so she wasn't aware what was happening. The mindset was to collect and shy at the non-striker's end, and that is what she did, but there was an opportunity to get one of the wickets.
Leiberg in once more, low full toss this time, and didn't get it away. Finds the short mid-wicket in the way, and there's no run, so 66 without loss. 12 to Joseph, 34 to Boyce, and this partnership continuing to build. They only have to get 133 to win this game. Quicker delivery and played out towards mid-off, and there's no run. And if you look at the CPL teams, for the women, Guyanese have 6 members, 4 in the Ghana Amazon Warriors, and Mandy Mangru is in the Barbados Royals, and Chanel Grimond
this is a beautiful on drive down towards the mid-wicket boundary, and the return comes in, but that was beautifully timed by Joseph Sean. You saw her walking into the shot, and the wrist came nicely and turned it away down towards mid-wicket and getting 2 lovely piece of cricket.
Yeah, that's a good shot, but the ball was over-pitched and begged to be hit like that. Good delivery again. If she can be consistent and bowl, well, 90% of her deliveries in that area, she would be taking a lot of wickets. 68 without loss, 15 overs gone.
Yes, and this partnership will continue, put troubles on the shoulders of the Leeward Islands. They know they do not have a huge total. They came out here looking to defend that 132, but Trinidad and Tobago look as though they're going to walk away with this one unless something dramatic happens. And while we're having all this cricket now being played, Sean, the pandemic has eased up upon us in the Caribbean. Sports, like so many other activities have been opened up. It's good to see that Cricket West Indies, this is female cricket, they're broadcasting it live on YouTube. So that's a big congratulations to the management there as well.
Yeah, of course. And of the Ghana board also, they said that all the inter-county tournaments for the next 5 years will be broadcast live. Another bad delivery there outside the line of the leg stump, and it's a wide.
Yes, and that's Tiffany Turp that has been switched to that end. If we recall, we had Willett bowling from that end. She was very, very expensive. And now they've turned once again to Tiffany Turp, who had an opening burst of how many? I think was 4 overs rather, for 15 runs.
Better delivery this time. Loose shot though by Boyce as she was looking to cut and missed the shot into the gloves of the keeper. Total 69 without loss. Turp passes the umpire Mukan and bowls, and that's played into the offside. So Passad from Demerara and Mukan from Borbis, the officiating umpires, and the Jamaican.
Well, actually, it's
Jacqueline.
Ryan Banwari and umpire Imran
Yeah.
Mokan.
Yes, well, yeah, Banwari. He's from Georgetown.
Umpire Javed Passad is
Yeah.
actually the standby umpire in this game.
Yeah.
So let's just go through the field for you. There's a fine third man, backward point, cover on the boundary. There's an extra cover, a wide mid-off, there's mid-on, a mid-wicket, a short backward square, and a long leg.
Again, a loose shot, but that was a wide ball. No movement of the feet across. And that was too wide to cut at. But in a one-day game, you try to play as much shots as possible once the ball is there to be hit.
Yes, and especially there is no slip, there is no gully there, just third man out on the boundary. So if she'd have gotten an edge, maybe it would have gone for 4 or 2 runs.
Good pace, though, from top. Good carry there also to the keeper. And we noticed the keeper was standing up when the other medium pace was bowling. Now she's back.
Yes, and Thorpe hits the pitch a little bit harder, so she's getting some pace off it.
That ball was miscued, was looking to hit it square, and in the end it went down towards fine leg and they got a single. So moral victory there for Thorpe, as the total going up to 70 without loss. 71 without loss, in fact. So a good solid start continuing here. But there is a lots of talent when you look at the Leewards team. She's got pace. Hector is brilliant. So there's good things to work with outside the line of the off stump again, and there is no run, no shot played by the batter. 71 without loss, and 16 overs completed.
Yes, and this is a very strong and solid partnership between these two Trinidadian, and it continues to look even better. Leewards must be wondering now, where is it our first wicket will come from? The last thing you want to see, shoulders drop in the middle, heads bow. We aren't seeing that, so this will tell us about the fighting spirit out in the middle. They're locked in a good battle here. Trinidad and Tobago, they lost the toss this morning to Leeward Islands, who batted first and posted that 132 for the loss of 8. Batted out their 50 overs. Dullabile making 2, Clark 1, Thurp 2, Willett 1, Freeman 3, Parker 4. Outstanding contributions from Hector with 46, Edwards 31, Leewards 29. Here's a big slog sweep shot. Well, what has transpired there? Given out leg before? Well, there was the appeal for leg before, and boys have been given the marching orders by umpire Ryan Banwari, and she's walking away very slowly. That's the first wicket going down for Trinidad and Tobago. There's 71 for the loss of 1. Boys going back for 35. As I say hello to my friend Maiku. How are you doing, my brother?
I'm good. Just looking at that decision there by the umpire. Seemed to be drifting down on the leg side a bit. But the umpire saying that's out.
Well, he has made his decision, umpire Ryan Banwari, and as the girls, they go out in the middle, they're going to refresh themselves with some liquid. It's been a very, very hot day out in the middle. We can say to you 71 for the loss of 1, Trinidad and Tobago. They're in a good position chasing down 133. We'll take a little break and we'll be right back. So, hello to you once again. After refreshing themselves with some water, maybe juice, play is about to resume with Trinidad and Tobago 71 for the loss of 1. The new batter in there is Lord, and she will be joining forces with Joseph. After the fall of Boyce for 35, playing across the line, looking for a big slug sweep, missing the ball, and was trapped in front LBW. So Amanda Edwards, she will continue from this end. And this is turned nicely down to a short backward square. The return comes in, misses the stumps. That was a cheeky single to take the score on to 72. Have to be careful with the running, but the communication was good. They decided early and they went through for it. So Lord, she's off the mark with 1.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago in total control of this match. Just establishing that dominance. Leewards Islands bowler not a disciplined display by them here today. With extras at 22. And that is terrible for having to defend such a low total.
Yes, and chasing down that 133, Trinidad and Tobago, of course, was looking to their openers to give them a good start, and they did. Fine start. Turned away this time, down towards short backward square. Can't get the single. Lord there once again looking for the run, but it's not on. She seemed to be a touch player.
Yeah, she is. Well, at this point, there's no need to be anything on more extras there given away by the Leeward Islands bowlers. This is not good. This is going to be 3 runs wide, and they ran 2.
Yes, so Strayed missed everything, missed the keeper as well going through, and they collect 3 more runs. 76 for the loss of 1. The final delivery coming up in over number 17.
Positive cricket here by the Trinidad and Tobago ladies. So at the end of over number 17, it is 76 for 1, chasing 133 for victory.
Yes, and this is a position of strength for Trinidad and Tobago. They can feel very comfortable. The Leewards managed just 1 wicket so far. They would have been looking for a few to put pressure, but that's not the case. All Trinidad and Tobago need to do, play this very fashion, look for your singles, look for the twos. Bad ball comes, well then you look to put it away, and they're high and dry out in the middle.
Yeah, as you mentioned, what that means, folks, is just do the basics right. You know, cricket is a very complicated game, but it's also very simple. And the thing with cricket is that if you and your team, you complete the basics of the game, and more times than not, you are going to get the victory. And this is what we're seeing here by the ladies from the Twin Island Republic.
And Swanisha, Hector is saying to herself, I am the skipper. I want wickets. So she has brought on herself back in the attack. Hector, so far 3 overs for 11 before this. Looking to play the flick shot, true forward square, not making any contact there. The ball cannon into the pads, low appeal. Joseph has looked the part so far. She has played well. Not an attacking player, not aggressive, but she has been accumulating her runs. 45 deliveries for her 15.
Yeah, the bowler was lucky to get away with that one, because if she had made just a bit of contact on that one, that was going to go into the leg side where there's a lot of real estate there. And even as we speak, it's another wide there by the Leeward Island bowlers. They did not bowl this many extras even in the previous T20 blast. So this is a really indisciplined effort by the Leeward Island bowlers.
That's a much better delivery, right on target there. And when you're bowling at this pace, you look at Hector there. She does not have a very quick run-up. It's a one in which she concentrates, starts slowly, and just develop a little bit more pace. So it's kind of unforgiving of her to continue to bowl these wide deliveries.
It just seems as though she may have just bowled. Wow. Right through the gate, castling that leg, that middle stump. And that's out.
And that's Joseph gone for 15. So when you get it right, then you're effective. Wicket to wicket. And that one knocked back the middle stump. And she has gone for 15. Was a little bit of a struggle, but wasn't really bothered as far as her wickets is concerned until she got that delivery right on target. Missed the bat, missed the pads, but did not miss the middle stump. So she has gone for 15, 77 for the loss of 2. And Anisa Mohammed, the skipper for Trinidad and Tobago, she makes her way out in the middle.
Yeah, this is what was needed quite a long time ago. It was a full, fast delivery. Maybe just surprising Janaba Joseph a bit, but cannoning into that middle stump. Wonderful sight for any fast bowler, whether you're male or female.
Of course, and Hector enjoyed that one. She comes from a very high action, and once she can get it in the block hole, she will present some troubles. Anisa Mohammed, she's well experienced. Held the Trinidad and Tobago innings nicely against Barbados in the T20 Blaze.
Yeah, and we know with Anisa Mohammed, she will want to get this total completed, overcome this total as fast as possible. Anything short, any room given, she's going to pounce on it.
Yeah,
she played some beautiful cut shots in that last Trinidadian game. It was a joy to watch.
Yes, she played well in that match. And Hector here seems to be on a good rhythm as well. I just hope it's not the commentator's curse and she goes and bowler wide.
Whew, sheesh. Not this time.
Played defensively out into the covers. The over has been completed. At the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago, they're 77 for the loss of 2, 18 overs gone. And as we look towards match tomorrow, big one coming up. The teams that finished first and second in the CGT20 Blaze. That's Jamaica against Barbados. It's a Zone A clash tomorrow right here at the National Stadium. The match starts at 9 hours 30. And we definitely will be here to bring you broadcasts on that game.
Well, since you will be here, let's throw the invitation to the listening public. So I want to invite all my Guyanese brothers and sisters, if you're in the area, if you're on the East Bank, you know, feel free to come down to Providence. Admission is free, lots of space. Bring your coolers, bring your lunch, bring your little girls out to see some ladies play cricket. Barbados versus Jamaica. It should be a thriller.
Yes, certainly it's shaping up to be just that, and I will join in that call too. If you're listening to the broadcast, you're viewing it, and you're in Guyana, especially those that are close to the stadium, why not come out tomorrow? Rain will not curtail play here at all at the stadium. The weather forecast for tomorrow is brilliant sunshine.
Has there ever been sunshine that maybe just wasn't brilliant?
Yeah, you had some faded ones with the clouds blocking them, where they struggle to get through. When we talk about brilliant sunshine, we talk about the sun shining in all its glory and no cloud cover whatsoever.
Noted. Another extra. I think Leewards are probably going to bowl in excess of 30 extras here. So Trinidad, in effect, will only need 100 runs off the bat. Because this extras total is just climbing.
Yes, and that one kept a little bit low there. And the right-handed Lord was looking to play through forward square. Missed it, but it was outside the line of the leg stump. And that's going to give her a feeling of confidence, getting it into the meat of the bat. Playing defensively into the offside Lord. So she has gotten her opportunity here. You want to make use of whatever opportunity you get. Nicely tossed up delivery to bring the over to an end. 19 gone. Trinidad and Tobago 78 for the loss of 2. Lord is on 1. Anisa Mohammed yet to score. This is CG United Super 50 Cup from the National Stadium at Providence.
Shanisha Hector to continue. Skipper bowling to the skipper. Should be an interesting little battle here. We know Anisa Mohammed, she doesn't need much to settle.
Yes, and Hector, before this over, 4 overs, 1 for 12. Clark, 3 overs, 13 runs. Thirp, 5 overs for 18 runs. Willett, the lone over that cost her 13. Amanda Edwards, 2 overs, 1 for 6. And Leewards, 4 overs for 16. So we have updated you with the bowling figures, and we can say to you also that Rennie's Boyce made 35, was a good innings, and Joseph scoring 15. Those are the 2 batters back in the pavilion.
And extras are on 27. The second highest scorer of the innings.
Well, that's a large number of extras.
You know, my memory goes back. One of the most disciplined bowling displays I've ever seen. It was Australia versus, I can't remember if it was Pakistan, India, or it was one of the Asian teams. And Australia bowled about 60 overs without conceding 1 extra. I remember seeing it at the time, and it was just astonishing.
Yes, good bowling here and good batting, and Hector's come back nicely. The previous over, she had a few wides, but then she got a wicket, and all has changed for her. She understands now the importance of bowling wicket to wicket. And just going down the leg side, I shouldn't be saying that at all. Just looking to slant it from outside the line of the off stump into the right-hander. And when you're looking to do that, your line has to be spot on. If it's not spot on, well, then you're going to be called wide going down the leg side.
That's definitely this. You know, she's got to settle down on a line. She hasn't done that just yet. Strong drive there by the captain, just out to the mid-off fielder.
And she looks good while playing the shot, but has nothing for it. But the feeling of the ball hitting in the middle is a good one.
Oh, it's the best. I tell you, when you're playing cricket and that ball hits in the direct center, it's almost effortless.
And that was beautifully bowled by Hector to end the 20th over. So 20 gone, Trinidad and Tobago hunting 133 for victory. They are 7-9 for the loss of 2. More from you, Mikuwania, and then you'll be joined by Pastor Kisoon.
Right, so Trinidad and Tobago are totally on top of this match. Well played innings, just taking their time. 7-9 for 2 in the 20th over. Amanda Edwards to continue, even as Indaji takes his leave, and I'm joined now by Matthew Kisoon, lovingly known to us in the commentary box as Pastor.
Good afternoon, Miku, good afternoon to viewers, listeners, onlookers, whatever you want to call yourself. Following ladies cricket keenly in the Caribbean region. And what a nice place to play the women's tournament. Guyana, beautiful country. I think it's a bit more economical as well to host a tournament here. Back looks to cut, missed the shot taken by the keeper.
Yeah, it's great to have the tournament here. We welcome you all. I'm sure we always will. I think over the years we've seen lots of the regional tournaments being held in Trinidad. So, you know, we in Ghana, we say thank you. I'm sure that our administrators are going to be looking forward for even more tournaments, Matthew.
Swept nice by Mohammed for a single to carry the total up to 81 for 2 in the 21st over. Quick single taken, smart cricket here by Lord. Pushed it with soft hands into the leg side. Set off quickly, the bowler had to cover ground to her right. She had to sprint to her right. And even Leewards couldn't get there before her.
Now, what's interesting to note with that single is just the intent shown by Anisa Mohammed. She was always looking for it. So once she got that eye contact with her partner, she took off. And she was always going to get home. And that's how you play the game. That's how you look for that quick single. You turn zeros into ones and the ones into twos. And that's the mark of a good cricketer.
So boys leg before wicket to Edwards for 35. 4 4, 62 minutes, 56 balls. It was 71 for 1. Joseph bowled by Hector for 15. 47 balls, 2 fours. 77 for 2 in the 18th over. So at least the Leewards can say they've picked up 2 wickets. The over comes to an end. And the score is 82 for 2 after 21. But even though they've picked up 2 wickets, look at the runs scored. 82. Good partnership for the opening stand between Boyce and Joseph. Boyce very strong off her pads on the leg stump. Anything down the leg side. She put away beautifully. And Joseph, who started slowly, began to middle bat onto ball nicely.
Yeah.
So Hector continuing in her 6th over. Before this, 5 overs, 1 for 13. Thorpe 5 overs for 18. Clark 3 overs for 13. Willett bowled 1 over for 13. Pretty expensive. Edwards 3 overs, 1 for 9. And Leewards 4 overs for 16 runs.
Yeah, I think that throughout the tournament, a team like Trinidad and Tobago, they would have had a bit of rough start, but we've seen them grow from strength to strength throughout the T20 blast. And even at the latter end of that tournament, we saw them winning matches, dominating their opponents. And now we're seeing in this longer version, I think they would have had some time, you know, to acclimatize themselves. And now they're looking very much on top of things.
So they need 51 to win this game. Get off the mark. 51 runs in 171 balls. Well, let's worry about the balls at this point in time, as if the Leewards can make some further inroads before they get to 100. Well, not like that. That was on the leg stump, and that was flicked by Lord down to fine leg for 1. We've got the sun with us again in all its glory here, streaming down at Providence. But you've certainly got your words today. You wanted 50 overs of batting from, well, the Leewards batted first and they batted for 50 overs. You wanted that, you got that, Mr. Yisrael. But you didn't get the runs, enough runs that you may have thought they should have got a bit more after 50, maybe 150.
Well, they say a man shouldn't get, all that he wants. So you'll take a little bit at a time. But it's good for the game. If you're a lover of the game, you'd want to see a nice long match. going the distance. And I think we've seen that 50 overs from the Leeward Islands, but I think the Trinidad and Tobago ladies, they appreciate this time in the crease for them to spend some time and get their eye in.
22 overs have been completed here in the Trinidad and Tobago innings. It's 83 for 2.
Amanda Edwards to continue. Chanel Laura just picking up the single there. Nice rotation of the strike. So it's a great opportunity for the ladies, for the batters, especially from Trinidad, just to get their eye in, spend some time in the crease, get that practice, that match practice in, even as we, come down to the business end of the tournament just a bit later.
Looking for a quick single. That's Mohammed, that's not on. Amanda Edwards is from Antigua and Barbuda. So hello to everyone out there in Antigua, St. Kitts and Nevis. Quick single taken, the return comes in, and Ryan Banwari at the bowler's end says that Anisa Mohammed, she barely made her ground with that one, but she's not a quick runner between the wickets, and they took that quick single there.
She may not be the fastest, but she backs herself.
I love that.
And that is important.
I love
She's
that.
going to go looking for it. So she made her ground. So good running by the skipper, picking up that quick single. And this is what it's all about. It's not only about the boundaries and the big shots. It's these little singles that are super important.
But I think the Leewards would have made life difficult for themselves here with 28 extras that they've given away. Very poor indeed in terms of extras column. You can't give away so many extras when your total is only 132.
Yes, definitely. That's what I've been saying. They did this to themselves. It's like it's 132 runs you scored, and you've already given away 28 extras. And this is really indisciplined stuff.
And what you're actually saying in essence is that you only need to score 104 off the bat. And you add 28 to that, 105, and you add 28 to that is 133. So, and that puts the batting side in an advantageous position to get the runs very easily. 23 overs gone, 85 for 2.
The skipper to continue. He's going to be bowling to the Trinidad and Tobago skipper as well. Good positive run in there by the Trinidad and Tobago ladies. Chanel Lord looking for the single as well. So that's really great to see. I think the captain came out and just set the tone. So her partner is knowing what to expect from her. If it's there, we're going to push for it.
5 from 19 is Lord. Mohammed is 3 from 17. Big game tomorrow, huh? Barbados and Jamaica. Big game tomorrow. That will attract a lot of interest. So that's a leg by, signaled by umpire Imran Mokan. Belatedly at the end, when they were already settled to take the next delivery. Big game on tomorrow. Who you back in? Haley Matthews got 99 in that first game. Well played, 72 to Kaisi and Knight. It's time for Jamaica to bat well too. But they're playing their first game against a side who's already played a match. Beautifully flicked away down through square leg for 4. That was lovely to watch. Picked up beautifully. Chanel Lord has looked good. And the thing with her, she's now moved to 9 from 21 balls. But that was beautifully picked up from the leg stump and flicked beautifully through square leg for 4. What a shot from this young lady. It went very quickly to the boundary.
Well, it just shows that she's drifting down that leg side again. And easy pickings for the batter. Put away for a nice boundary. Umpire saying not out.
That looked to be going down the leg side. But she was hit plumb, but not in front. That's the difference when you talk LBW decisions. 90 for 2. Hector tries once more. She's in her 7th over. And tries a slow delivery. Back of the hand, but it was wide of the off stump. Called wide by the umpire. 1 for 14 before this. Her figures are showing on the board.
And another extra, Matthew.
30 now.
That's too much.
Make that only 103 to get off the bat. Well, if more extras come up, that further reduces how much should be scored off the bat. Again, nicely flicked away. That looks to be 4 more. No chance whatsoever for Freeman giving chase from square leg. And again, Hector strained down the leg side and nicely flicked away. 2 good-looking boundaries, leg side boundaries to Chanel Lord. She now moves on to 13 from 23. And the Trinidad and Tobago total move up to 95 for 2.
It's a really nice shot. It just seems that maybe Hector, maybe a bit of fatigue that's creeping in. She's just going down the leg side. Just a bit too much here, giving away some easy boundaries at this time. And I think she got away with that one, Matthew. That one looks close. Alright, so it's 24 overs completed here at Providence. And the score now 95 for 2. Chanel Lord on 13 from 24 and Anisa Mohammed 3 from 17. 38 more runs needed from 156 balls.
Glorious shot. Down behind point, and that looks to be, beautifully done by the fielder. And flicked over the boundary, but she flicked it back inside with the right hand. Nice bit of work, but a lovely shot off the back foot, square cutting. Anisa Mohammed and picked up 2.
I think that's her favorite shot. Just to get back on that back foot and cut way square. We've seen her play quite a few of those in the T20 Blast.
A little bit too short here, Amanda Edwards, giving Anisa Mohammed all the time in the world to play off the back foot. That's well bowled.
Well played. Nice cricket all around. She looked as though she was just squaring up for a big drive there, but just checked herself at the last moment.
Who are you going to give the extra tomorrow, Barbados or Jamaica?
I thought we had an agreement, no hard questions, Matthew. Why are you putting me on the spot?
That's not a hard one. That's not a hard question. You've
Right.
just got to make up your mind who you would want to, well, more or less support tomorrow, given what you've seen coming out of the T20 tournament so far, and of course the game yesterday with Barbados that they won easily.
But I'm so excited to see Stephanie Taylor leading the Ghana Amazon Warriors women's team. So I'm proud of Stephanie. I want her to lead our team to victory, and I think I'll sidestep that one there.
97 for 2, 25 overs completed. Yes, I think Jamaica had a little practice, a nets practice this morning. Big game tomorrow for them, so they're all out there working hard in the nets.
Yeah, Stephanie was just leading her team with some physical training, some drills. They were in the nets. This is all happening at the back of the stadium, folks, as part of the facilities here at Providence. So while the game was going on, Jamaica, they were at the back doing their training, so which is good to see. I think they all have allotted times when the nets will be available to them. It's part of the rules of any tournament.
Tiffany Thorpe in her 6th over now. Another spell for her, replacing Hector, the captain.
I think the batter looking at umpire Moken there, wondering, isn't that a wide? Just asking for it. Umpire saying no, not.
One to Lord. .14 from 27 now. So she's picked up the tempo a bit. Dead ball signaled by the umpire. So Thorpe will have to walk back to her mark. Anisa Mohammed comes in to strike. So even though the Trinidad and Tobago side, they've lost 2 wickets, they're still doing it pretty nicely here in approaching a victory.
Yes, definitely, as they should. No need for anything too aggressive at the moment. Just nice and cool. You're way ahead of the equation.
Yeah, just tailor your innings nicely, pace your innings nicely. You've got a lot of balls to face, but you still want to know that you can get the runs, in a certain period of time in terms of overs. But no need to panic and play loose shots. That's a good cricketing stroke, a forward defensive push, down to mid-off. 26 overs bowled, 98 for 2. As we say, Miku for short. Miku was slipped out. Sean has slipped in. Hello, Sean.
Hello, Matthew. How are you doing?
Not too bad at all. You enjoyed your lunch?
Yes, I did. Even though I left half for dinner.
You ate chicken, I ate fish.
Yes, I am allergic to seafood.
Mm-hmm.
So good contest here, even though the bat is favoring the ball.
Just pace the innings nicely now.
Yeah.
No need to panic. You got a lot of balls to face. 144 left to get, 35 runs? Not a problem at all.
2 away from reaching 100. Only 2 wickets down, 8 left. Didn't put away that one. That was a ball that should have gone for 4 or 6.
She got a little fine it with a beat backward square and fine leg inside the 30-yard circle.
So Lord is on 14, Mohammed, the captain, on 5. And inadvertently, Mohammed stopped that ball. Got into a little bit of a tangle with the bowler. And all is well that ends well. 98 for 2. Sun continues to stream down here at Providence.
The difference, you see the difference in the top order of the two sides. At Leewards 13 for what, 4? Look at Trinidad and Tobago, 98 for 2.
Yes, that's the difference with the top order, as you said. Good shout, but ball going down the leg side again. And umpire Banwari says not out. 2 Guyanese umpires in this game with the Jamaican standby. Banwari from Demerara, Mukan from the county of Berbice. So Guyana's got 3 counties: Essequibo, the largest; Berbice and Demerara, the smallest.
And Sean, his Mokan's father and brother were both umpires.
Yes. So
So they love cricket.
Yes, and the younger Mokans also played cricket at 1st division level. I don't know if the father played. That was before my time.
I understand he played an interesting role in what's the guy's name? Playing for the West Indies now.
So
Shepherd?
98 for 2, 27 overs completed, and the Trinidad and Tobago team going strong.
He played an interesting role in Shepherd's development, I understand, getting into the game.
Yes, I heard so.
But that's good for a school teacher. You show good interest in your students and you begin to pick up talent in them. You get them to expose that talent nicely and develop. And I won't doubt that at all in Imran. He's a very nice gentleman.
And that's another good thing I'm seeing from the government and the cricket board, getting back teachers and PT teachers into schools.
And I like the fact that some of our umpires are male teachers in the system is very good. Very, very good. It brings balance to the whole system of education. You still need men to teach in the system. One of our top guys have retired now. He's sitting to my right. He's been a teacher for, we would say in Guyana, donkey years.
Are you talking about the man from Maikoni? I didn't know he stopped teaching. He always once a teacher, always a teacher. You mold the minds of the future generation.
But he can now concentrate on his pension. They call him Surjit in Maikoni. A very popular man. Not only in Maikoni but in this country.
Yeah, Torp moves in again and bowls. And there's no run. So sun continue to stream down here at Providence. Nice setting, nice picturesque gong. And Torp was bowled quite well. She's bowled with some pace.
.95 degrees in Atlanta today. It's hot here right now.
Yeah. But here we've got a cooling breeze. So another over goes by at the end of 28 overs. It's 99 for the loss of 2.
Any predictions for tomorrow's game, that big game? How are you thinking?
Stephanie Taylor versus Haley Matthews. Don't know. But I would give the edge to Barbados. If there was Deandra Dutton, then surely I would have said Jamaica. But it's going to be an epic battle any way you look at it.
All right, Sean, since you've given it to Barbados, I'll go the opposite way. I'll give it to Jamaica tomorrow.
Edwards, good delivery, turning back, and there is no run. What are your thoughts on the CPL draft, the female CPL draft?
I think it's balanced. You look at the Amazon Warriors makeup, very balanced side, led by Stephanie Taylor. And the other two franchise teams, Trinbago Knight Riders, where you've got Dottin and Mohammed there, and you've got Natasha McLean, the big hitter at the top, but the Guyanese Shanetta Grimman is in that side. So that's pretty good. And then look who's there, Steffi Sugrim, who's not playing in this game for Trinidad and Tobago. And Hector, of course, the Leeward Islands captain. That's not a bad side at all. You look at Barbados, of course, Matthews, Mandy Mangro, very own, is there. They've got good experience in Brittany Cooper. That's a good young lady. Shanika Bruce, good fast bowler, has bowled well. She's had a good tournament. That's pulled away towards the square leg area. There's a field out on the boundary. They get a single. Afi Fletcher, good experience. And of course, the Jamaican fast bowler Chanel Henry. That's a good side. I think all three sides are very good sides. The 100 coming up in the 29th over, 100 for 2. So they just need 33 now to come home with a victory, Trinidad and Tobago. Full toss. Do not bowl that to these girls at this stage. That's juicy. She put it away, but there's a field out there on the boundary backward square. They get one. The over comes to an end. 29 gone, 101 for 2. What do you think about the teams now, Sean?
I think it's a fairly balanced team. As we saw, they could not have 6 franchise like the males. They only had 3. But I think it's a good side, a good teams. The only disappointment for me was the omission of Tremaine Smart from that lineup. And it was maybe no fault of those who picked the team. It was miscommunication by the Ghana Cricket Board and Smart, according to her. She said they sent the information to all the contracted players who went to the camp, but she didn't go to the camp. Well, when she asked the Ghana Cricket Board how to get in the draft, there was no positive response. This is a good shot, short and pulled away down towards the boundary, and it goes into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. So Trinidad and Tobago now going to 105 for the loss of 2, and 35 to 35 is the first batter that was out, and the 15 is the second. Those are the 2 batters that were out. 19 to Lord and 7 to Mohammed.
Yeah, nice shot there by Lord. Previous delivery. This one is played to backward point. Yeah, when she played that shot, the Leewards ladies just looked and admired the shot. There was no one out there at mid-wicket on the boundary for that shot. So that was an easy boundary for her.
Rennie's boys, LBW, of the bowling of Edwards for 35. It was 77 to 1. It was a very good partnership. It took 17 overs. It was as solid as a rock. And then Joseph was bowled by Hector, the only international player from the Leewards. And she's also the only one in the CPL. Joseph making 15 to 77 for 2. And at that point, there was a little bit of a problem or a worry for the Trinidadians. But these two joined forces, and it's now 106 for 2. Another good partnership building here.
Good partnership indeed. That's how you do it. At the top, you don't put pressure on your back half batting. Once the top order does the work, it becomes easier if wickets fall for the bottom half to bring you home. But in this case, the top half has done the work. Just 2 wickets have fallen, and it's 106 in 30 overs, 106 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago doing it in fine style here at Providence. But just getting back to the
Yes.
franchise tournament for the ladies.
I was just informed by Latif, our very efficient scorer, that the West Indies, chasing 103 made by Bangladesh, they're 240 for 8, with Blackwood not out on 62. Well, of course, Braffett top scored with 94, but he didn't get us 100. So Bangladesh fighting back.
Yes, they're going to build a lead for and put Bangladesh under pressure. Half century to Blackwood. He's played a very interesting inning so far.
And he's still there. That's
And
the
he's still
important
there.
thing.
Nice shot. That's 4. All the way through mid-wicket. Through straight mid-wicket. Lovely shot. And that was too short by Amanda Edwards. And that was treated the way it deserved to be treated. A boundary to carry the Trinidad and Tobago total up to 110 now for 2.
So good afternoon to you once again, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. It's a lovely Friday afternoon here in Guyana. Of course, the Providence Stadium looking quite a picture. The shadows of the lights are beginning to move across the ground.
33 runs between these two so far for the third wicket here. So not a good partnership. The first one yielded 71 runs for that first wicket.
And Edwards trying to make a breakthrough, trying to pick up her second wicket. Doesn't on that occasion. It's short and pulled away, but nice stop there by the short mid-wicket fielder. And there is no run. You're watching the CG United Super 50 live from the Providence Stadium. Edwards bowls again short and hit away, but nice stop at the extra cover position, and there is no run. But it's looking more and more easy for the Trinidadian girls here.
Of course, if there was 7 wickets down, it would have been totally different. But just 2 wickets down. And look, Lord has silently progressed to 24 from 46. She's batted well. She started very slow, but she's begun to pick up nicely, middle the ball well, middle bat onto ball well. And has played a nice little hand here for her country. The over comes to an end. 31 overs completed, 110 for 2.
Yes, 110 for 2 suggests a position of dominance. Of course, the Trinidad and Tobago side will need to face Guyana, because Guyana and the Leewards and Trinidad is in one zone. And of course tomorrow, as you said, the big clash. The defending now T20 champions Jamaica will face the defending 50 overs champions Barbados in what should be an epic battle tomorrow from 9:30 right here at Providence.
You think they can overthrow Barbados in terms of the 50 over tournament? They've done it with the T20 version so far. What do you think? I think they
Well,
can.
those are teams are evenly matched, so anything can happen. It's not like a Leewards playing a Barbados or a Windies playing a Jamaica. Those two teams are the two best teams in the tournament. Nice shot, cut away out towards the third man position, and the batters will come back for 2. So Mohammed goes to 9 with that double. Lord is on 24, and it's 112 for 2.
Yeah, McCoy had to chase down to third man. Nicely cut away. Leewards now has been switched to the media center and the north end of Providence. And she's bowled what? Before this 4 overs for 16 runs. Edwards 8 overs, 1 for 19. Clark 3 overs for 13. Thorpe 8 overs for 25. Hector 7 overs, 1 for 24. And Willett just 1 over for 13 runs. So she's been switched now to the media center.
A last-ditch effort there by the Leewards. Leewards passes umpire Mukan and balls that's hitting the under edge. A big-looking shot there, expansive-looking cover drive attempted by Anisa Mohammed. And all she gets is an under edge. Luckily, the ball didn't cannon into the stumps. It passed the keeper, though, and she got a single.
Oftentimes, you chop the ball onto your stumps like that. Well, she was looking for a big shot and got the under edge, went past the keeper to her left, picked up a streaky single there.
130 now for 2. Nice shot there played by Lord. A lordly looking shot.
Hey, look at the Trinidad batting lineup, and you've seen Brittany Cooper may not have to come out. You got big hitters like Leanne Kirby to come as well.
Full toss and a wide. So she'll have to re-bowl that, Leewards. And in addition to that, the total goes up by 1 to 114 for 2.
Corbin Alexander as well can hit the ball hard. So they've got batting at the top. I would think the first 5 or 6 not too bad for Trinidad and Tobago.
The Trinidad team has a lot of international players, so has Barbados, Jamaica, and to some extent Guyana.
So no one is invincible in terms of the top 3 there.
No. That's a ball that kept low and she was looking to cut. And how did that ball didn't take the off stump of Lord? No one will know. The over is completed though, and at the end of it, it's 114 for 2. 33 overs, 32 overs gone. So Edwards will continue from the commentary box then, and she will bowl to Mohammed. Mohammed is looking for an expansive cut again. Mohammed has to be careful. She seems to be losing concentration, playing too many aggressive shots, and it's a small total, and she's the captain. 114 for 2.
And the big question is why? 19 needed, why? You
Right.
don't have to do that.
And they run a streaky single there. The ball was already a wide, and there was Lord tearing down. Mohammed was late to respond, and in the end they feel that the short fine leg position missed the stumps, and they got home.
17 needed now. So you see the runs are coming. Mohammed doesn't need to play any injudicious shots and, you know, give her wicket away and so on cheaply. No need for
Full
that. Look
toss,
at that.
and that's gone out towards the fielder. 2 bounces out towards mid-wicket, and they get a single. So both batsmen are now, both batters are now looking to step up. And as you said, 117 for 2. Just a little bit of runs needed for victory.
16.
And 8 wickets in hand. And more importantly, 32 overs. This is the 33rd over only in a 50-over game.
Well, I think what's good for Trinidad and Tobago is that they've been able to see their top order bat and stabilize the innings. Yes, the total is not a big one, but they didn't give their wickets away, more or less. And that's important from a batting standpoint for this side.
I think the Guyanese batters, the way they bat, would be more comfortable playing in this longer version of the game. Mandy, Mangru, and even the captain, Shemaine Campbell, takes a little bit of time to get going. A loose bit of work there by the field at mid-wicket gives the single. An extra run there to Mohammed. She goes up now to 11, and the total going up now to 118 for 2.
One delivery left to complete the 33rd over. Lord 25 from 51. Good effort. Good effort by Chanel Lord, who's on strike. To Amanda Edwards. Final ball. Full
Another
toss.
full toss.
Oh, that's gone for 4.
So
Into the gap. Lovely shot.
so
But when you get a full toss, you got to put it away. So he overcomes the net with a boundary. And at the end of it, it's 100 and what?
130. No, that's
122.
the
122 for
total.
2.
Yeah,
33 gone.
that's the Leewards score. Made 132 for 8 with Hector top scoring with 46. Edwards 29 not out. Well, 29, she was run out the last person, and Leewards 31 not out. And of course Alexander, who bowled 9 overs on the trot, showing great stamina in this hot conditions. She ended with 3 for 20, the best bowler for the Leewards. And in reply, Trinidad and Tobago set 133 to win. They lost Boyce leg before to Edwards for 35 at 76 for 1. That was in the 17th over. And then Joseph was bowled by Hector for 15 without addition to the score, 77 for 2. And since then these two have joined forces, and they've taken the score now to 122 for 2. Good partnership.
45 runs for the 3rd wicket partnership. And it doesn't look as if it's going to break until they come home with a victory.
And Lord has contributed 29 of those runs from 52 balls, and Mohammed the captain 11 from 43. This has been a patient knock by Anisa Mohammed, known more for her off-spin bowling. But in regional cricket, you see those who bat lower down the order for the West Indies team, they come up in the order for their regional sides.
Fletcher bats at 3, the spinner for the Windies. So even though they specialize more in bowling, they bat up the order as well.
For their regional team. Leewards, lovely shot there played by Anisa Mohammed, little stylish and fluent drive. Little bit of flamboyancy into that shot. She steers away, and she has this way of picking up the bat before the bowler has delivered the ball. A lot of modern day cricketers has that backlift. And this one is spunked away, diving attempt at gully, and it goes out towards the deep point position, and they come back for the second. Nice shot again, just waited on that one and then hit it behind square. So she's gone now to 13. Lord is on 29, and Trinidad and Tobago in the 34th over, 124 for 2. Remember, they're chasing 133 to win this match, their first match in the tournament. Yesterday we saw Barbados defeating the Windies by a massive 124 runs. And tomorrow we'll see Jamaica coming up against Barbados. And we're at the tail end of this game. 124 for 2, Trinidad and Tobago. Quicker delivery. And ignored there by Mohammed. And there is no run. So once again, good afternoon to you wherever you are in the Leeward Islands, Antigua, Anguilla, Montserrat, Turks and Caicos, the British Virgin Islands, the US Virgin Islands, everywhere you are in St. Kitts and Nevis. Not over has been completed. At the end of it, 124 for 2. Jamaica preparing to face the Barbadians tomorrow. Here at Providence, it's 122 for 2. Trinidad in control.
124 for 2 years, 34 overs completed, so they just need 9 runs to get in a lot of balls, 96 balls. But the captain is there, and she is actually giving good support to Lord, who's 29 from 52. She's 13 from 49, so they need 9 now, and this match will be over in just a matter of time, a few minutes from now. The Leewards recognizing that as well, because they haven't picked up any further wicket and made inroads to get like 2 or 3.
And an
quick
easy
single taken.
there, yeah. It was easy in the end because the Leewards fielders are on the back foot and they didn't rush in as they were doing early on. 125 now for 2. And a suicidal single attempted, and that's going to go for 4 overthrows. Had a big shot at the stumps, missed the hands of Edwards, and it went down towards the boundary for 4 overthrows.
Leewards, the guilty party there.
So Leewards throwing that ball very hard at close range, and it was a start-stop situation. Indecision between the 2 batters, and it all resulted in 4 runs to the batting side, 129 for 2.
She felt it was an opportunity to hit the bowler's end stump, with Lord being out of her ground, but it wasn't to be. She's cost her team 4 runs.
Well, the mid-off should have known that that ball had hit the stumps, it would have been out, but had it missed the stump, she should have been going to her left to back up.
So bad bit of cricket there from the Leewards. 4 needed now to win the game for Trinidad and Tobago.
And Anisa Mohammed continues to charge the bowler using her feet. When she gets there, just quietly plays it into the onside. Another nice use of her feet, but back towards Edwards, and there is no run. So 1 for 32. This is her final over, Edwards. It's been a good spell, and that's swept away out towards the short backward square, and there is no run as Willett, the daughter of El Camino Willett, and the sister of Tonito Willett, does the fielding.
I want to say a special hello to everyone in the Leeward Islands as well as Trinidad and Tobago. They pay a lot of attention to their cricket, especially Trinidad and Tobago, and also those in the islands. They listen keenly, they follow their ladies around as they play, and that's so good. A lot of Caribbean people love their cricket.
Another full toss and a wide. So the over will be extended. The total goes up now to 130. I want to say good afternoon to those in Antigua Island, a small island, 108 square miles, that has produced some outstanding players. Viv Richards, Andy Roberts, Richie Richardson, and that's a lovely shot. That's finished the match with a boundary in emphatic fashion. Alisa Mohammed going down the track and hitting that one with disdain and contempt out towards the boundary for 4. So the total now goes to 134 for 8, and that's the end of the game. They won by 8 wickets. That's a convincing victory from Trinidad and Tobago. They join Barbados at the top of the points table now, and tomorrow we get the match between Jamaica and Barbados after yesterday demise of the Windwards by Barbados.
Winning by 8 wickets, 35 overs bowled, 134 for 2. Mohammed unbeaten on 21 from 54, and Lord unbeaten on 30 from 53. And certainly the kind of start you need in the 50 over tournament here. The teams divided into 2 groups, Zone A and Zone B. So you've got to pounce quickly in terms of the team you play first. Barbados did that yesterday, and now Trinidad and Tobago. A clinical victory against the Leeward Islands by 8 wickets here at Providence, and have set themselves up in their group to go forward. Tomorrow's game, Jamaica versus Barbados, the clash of the giants, and certainly that will be a very good game as well. They're placed in the group with Windies, and Guyana will play on Sunday. So a handsome victory for Trinidad, winning by 8 wickets at the National Stadium at Providence, and certainly the Leewards would have to get back into the camp and rethink their strategy a bit, what they can come up with in their next game. So it has been a lovely day of cricket here at the National Stadium at Providence, and we hope that you'll join us tomorrow when Jamaica take on Barbados in that very, very interesting match. Two strong sides, two of the strongest teams in the tournament. Barbados, the defending champions, will come up against a rampant Jamaica side that have their sights set on claiming the double. They've claimed the T20 title, and they're looking forward now to performing well to claim the 50-over title as well. So it's been a good day of cricket, and in the end, Trinidad and Tobago, a happy camp as they leave the field and greet the players, greet each other, greet the Leeward Islands players, saying thank you so much for a good game. They ended on 132 for 8 in their 50 overs, and in the end, Trinidad and Tobago, in 35 overs, they got to the total of 134 for 2. A brilliant shot over cover by Anisa Mohammed, the captain, to end the match in fine style. So join us tomorrow on behalf of the entire commentary team of Sean Devers, Mikuwanya Yisrael, and Inderjeet Prasad. I'm Matthew Kisun saying goodbye from Providence.